All right, we are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for May 28th, 2026. My name is Matthew Sagsveen, hearing examiner. For the hearings today, we are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, first, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 32728 is continued. Case number 32776 is continued. Case number 32170 is continued. Case number 32870 is continued. When I call case number 32871, there will be a partial withdrawal. Case number 32873 is dismissed. Case number 32588 is continued. Case number 32777 is continued. Case number 32408 is dismissed. Case number 32784 will be continued after I call it, from my understanding. Case number 32786 is continued. Case number 32785 is continued. Case number 32586 is continued. Case numbers 32611 and 32612 will be continued when they get called. Case number 32700 is continued. Case number 32701 is continued. Case number 32702 is continued. Case number 32514 is continued. Case number 32790 is continued. Case number 32875 is continued. Case number 32876 continued. Case number 32877 continued. Case number 32878 continued. Case number 32879 continued. Case number 32772 is dismissed. Case number 32403 is dismissed. Case number 32792 is continued. Case number 32613 is dismissed. And on the admin docket, case number 32887 is continued. Case number 32888 is continued. Case number 32890 will be remanded to the regular docket. Case number 32805 is continued. Case number 32806 is continued. Case number 32177 is continued. Case number 32178 is continued. Case number 32807 is continued. And on the supplemental docket, case number 32914 is continued. The administrative docket starts on page 10 with case number 32882 and goes through case number 32912. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zish. Audio recordings of the cases on the admin docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If anyone wishes to appear in one of the matters on the admin docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. So this morning we will start with case number 32866. This is an application of Ballard Petroleum Holdings LLC for an order of the Commission authorizing the drilling and completing of the Borstat 1230D well as an enhanced oil recovery well at a location approximately 2,490 feet from the north line and approximately 400 feet from the west line of Section 30 in Township 159 North, Range 81 West, Chatfield, Madison Unit, Lawton County, North Dakota, for the injection of fluids into the unitized formation and such other and further relief. Mr. Bender, is this your case?
Thank you, Mr. Zender, Lawrence Bender, PFX 1854, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 32866 on behalf of Ballard Petroleum Holdings, LLC. We'll have three witnesses. I believe you have a list of the witnesses.
All right, I have him here.
Okay.
You may call your first witness.
Brian, you want to state your full name for the record? Brian, can you hear me?
You're on mute,
Sorry.
Brian.
I had you on mute, sorry. Good morning, Brian Scheider for
land witness for Ballard Petroleum Holdings.
All right, Mr. Cheddar, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Brian, by whom are you employed?
Ballard Petroleum Holdings
In what capacity?
as the land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously
I have, yes.
and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Brian, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case, 32866. Let's skip the cover page and let's go to the first exhibit in the packet, which is Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is, please?
Yeah, it's just a basic map that shows the boundary of the Chatfield-Madison unit. I've listed the legal description of the unit at the top of the page.
Okay, and when was this unit formed?
We unitized this unit in late 2019, fall of 2019. It was approved, I think, in November of 2019.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then. Maybe that's the only exhibit that you're going to have as a land witness. So that's all the questions I have, Mr. Donner.
Okay, any questions from staff? All right. Hearing none, Mr. Bender, you can call your next witness.
Our next witness is Kevin Reinschmidt.
Mr. Reinschmidt, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kevin, state your full name for the record, please.
Kevin Reinschmidt,
And Kevin, by whom are you employed?
Ballard Petroleum Holdings,
In what capacity?
senior geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Kevin, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been labeled G1. What I'd like you to do, Kevin, is identify Exhibit G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it and why it's important to this hearing.
G1 is a index map. As the previous exhibit land, it shows the boundary of the Chatfield unit in the red dashed dot boundary, and the wells contained inside the unit as is. It also shows the northern extents of the Glenburn North Madison unit to the south. That boundary is represented by a teal colored dash dot line. The thing to note regarding these two units is the common boundary that they do share through the east half of section 25 and the west half of section 30. To date, we have 10 active wells in Chatfield unit. 4 of those wells are injector wells, 6 wells are producing wells. And the index map also locates the type log for the this case. That is the Borstad 12-30. And that well was drilled by Ballard, completed in February of this year. And also identified is the exception location that we're asking for. That well will be called the Borstad 12-30-B. It will be drilled as an injector off the same surface pad of the Borstad 12-30. We'll roughly drill in a deviated pattern in an S-fashion well, the bottom hole location, roughly 150 feet north of the common boundary of those two units. That's identified by the small red circle. And the location of that will be 2,490 feet from north line and 400 feet from west line in section 30.
It is the bottom hole location of the Borstad 12-30-B well that is the reason for this hearing today. It is, under current rules, it's too close to the unit boundary. Is that correct?
Yes, there is. When Chatfield unit was approved, there's a 500-foot setback around the boundary of the unit, and this will be 350 feet inside that setback.
And you believe there's a geologic reason for drilling this well as an exception location, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit, Kevin. That's been previously marked as G2. As you did with G1, please identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, Exhibit G2 is a type log of the aforementioned Borsted 12-30. It is a compensated neutron lithodensity log showing porosity through the section of interest. Basically, the section of interest is in the middle portion of the Mission Canyon Formation as annotated on the right side of the log. Also noted is the unitized interval of the Chatfield unit. The unitized interval contains the subinterval of the Glenburn, the Wayne, and the Landa, approximately 180 feet of section. It basically represents the lithology and the porosity characteristics of that section. The Glenburn in Chatfield unit is not reservoir, it is massive anhydrite. The Wayne is the main producing horizon in Chatfield unit. It is composed of mixed carbonate lithology, lime muds, and dolostones. The best porosity and permeability is found in the microsucrosic dolostones. They exhibit excellent porosity. We see cross-plot porosity exceeding 30% quite frequently in this interval. You can also see that the Wayne has been informally divided into 5 units. We do that in-house to map these units individually. The 2 best producers, the thickest and most continuous across the unit, are the Wayne 3 and Wayne 4, seen at 4522 to 4540. And also the Landa, the lowest most subinterval represented on this type log, is potential pay. It produces at the very apex of the structure. However, at this location, it calculated wet and was not completed. It is found at a subsea datum of 2988. Also, there is one note I'd like to make on top that is called a TVD log. This is actually a measured depth log, but the subsea datums have been calculated off a TVD corrected depth, and that correction is noted at the bottom of the log.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Let's go on then to G3, and as you did with G1 and G2, once again identify and then briefly discuss the importance of this exhibit.
Okay, before I go to G3, one last note on G2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The top marker, the K2 marker, which is in a green line, noted in a green line, that is the best marker bed through this section, and that is the marker bed that we typically map on. The reason we do that is down through the section, we don't really have any kind of gamma or any consistent geologic marker to map on. So I just want to point that out to you because the next map is a structure map on that K2 horizon.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to Exhibit G3, this is a K2 structure map, contour interval 20 feet of the basically the same area indicated on the index map. And what you can see is the 2 structures that dominate the map: the structural closure that is associated with production at Chatfield unit. It's a structure that shows roughly 80 feet of closure, and then you can see also structural closure associated with production in the Glenburn North Madison unit. Chatfield unit is primarily a structural trap. It does have a stratigraphic component on the northeast boundary of the field, as we lose permeability in a regional up dip direction, and so that does aid in some of the trapping that we see at Chatfield unit. Another geologic phenomena that's mapped here is a dark blue purplish line across the southern half, runs west to east across the southern half of that map. That is the Glenburn facies change that we see that's happening just south of us. To the south of that line, the Glenburn Reservoir is made up of lime grainstones, and it's predominantly the main reservoir that is produced in the Glenburn North Madison unit, although there is some production from the underlying Wayne beds. North of that line, the Glenburn is 100% anhydrite and is actually the seal rock that is the vertical seal for Chatfield unit.
Does that facies change that you just mentioned, does that explain the three dry holes that you see immediately to the south in the Glenburn North Madison unit?
In part, it does. The three dry holes are primarily a function of that prominent syncline that separates these two producing areas. Two things happen in those structural lows. Obviously, your lower beds will be out of the oil column. And the other thing that happens in these structural lows is they're usually recurrent through time. So they're paleo lows, and we see any of the thinner zones that produce on structure will actually, they're very susceptible to secondary diagenic cements. And so we actually lose reservoir quality, and we lose structure of those, the beds that do hold and preserve reservoir quality rock. They're out of the oil window, the oil column.
So is it your opinion that there is separation or distinction in separation between the Chatfield unit and the Glenburn North Madison unit? It isn't a common source of supply, is it?
Yes, the oil column is not continuous through these two producing areas. However, they are in pressure communication with the aquifer, the water column.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then, Kevin. It's been previously marked as a G4. And once again, identify G4 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, G4 is a stratigraphic cross-section. It's hung on the K2 marker, and it runs basically west to east. It is labeled DH to DH prime. It is runs through the three dry holes that are in the structural low, separating the two structural features of Chatfield and Glenburn North Madison unit. And then the last well in that cross-section is one of the injector wells in Chatfield, the Nelson 4419, a well we drilled in 2018. We would have completed that as a dry hole, but knowing that we had future flooding opportunities out here, we did run pipe on it, and it sat until the unit was approved, upon which time we converted that into an injector. So the thing I'd like to point out here on this cross section is on the three dry holes that are in structural low positions, the black triangles on the left of those individual logs are drill stem tests. And what you see is a series of tight recoveries on all those wells. That indicates poor reservoir quality. Again, that's the reason for that is they structurally low position. They have poor occluding cements in any reservoir that was created and has since been destroyed. You can see pipe recoveries with very little mud, very little water, and typically shut-in pressures that are a little bit lower just because of the tight nature of those rocks. And then the primary reason we put the fourth well in this cross section, it is a real good index as to where the oil column is in Chatfield. You can see the DST on that the well from 4514 to 38. It does go across the Wayne 2 and the Wayne 3, which is one of the primary reservoirs here, and you can see our test recovery on that well was wet. So it has very good reservoir quality, but is in the water below the oil column. We had over 1,400 feet of fluid with no oil on pipe recovery and just a trace of oil in the sample chamber.
Okay, then the next exhibit, G5.
Okay. One last note on G4 is that the proposed well is we anticipate it to be 10 feet low to this Nelson 4419. So again, very comfortably in the water column. So G5 is another cross section, 5-well cross section labeled GC2 to GC2 prime. Again, stratigraphic cross section hung on the K2 horizon. A couple things to note here is the well from the very west, which is the northernmost producing well in the GNMU. You can look at the perforated intervals there. Also, explanation of the black bar on the right. This whole section was cored by Chevron in 81. And you can look at the log characteristics of that density neutron log and the gross perforated interval, and it is perforated down into the Wayne 3, represented by that teal green line. And there's also a blue dashed line noted on that log. And looking at core data, at that point, you see a marked decrease in oil saturation below that and an increase in water saturation. That subsea level is, horizon is at 2990 subsea. So this is evidence for a lower oil column in Chatfield. Actually see commercial production in some wells just south of this map in the Wayne down to 3,000 feet subsea. So we believe that the oil water contact in Chatfield was originally at 3,000 subsea, and in Chatfield unit it is at 2980 subsea. The next well in that cross section is another important well to note. It is a current injector. You can see that originally it was drilled and tagged just the top of the Wayne, which is the red horizon on that cross section. Originally completed as an oil well, made roughly 245,000 barrels of oil and a couple million barrels of water. That was converted to injector in July of 2013 when that unit went on flood. And it's important to note that the injection that they've seen in that well since is creating no pressure support for the Wayne in this area of the field. So we don't have any kind of injection, any pressure support in this reservoir between the producing area in Chatfield and GNMU. And that is another reason we propose this well, is to enhance oil recovery north to Chatfield and create a boundary, a pressure support boundary between those two producing units. And then the next two wells were previously discussed. Those are two dry holes in that prominent syncline. I won't go over those again. And the last well in the field is the Borstad 1230, which is our type log. I've already explained that. One last note on that well is upon completion, we ran a ESP, early stages production, and we extrapolated the intake pressure on that, and that calculated out to about a 0.29 pressure gradient. Obviously, it is seeing signs of pressure depletion. This is very consistent with what we've seen in the field. The first well drilled in Chatfield, the Fines 2419, was depleted upon discovery. It calculated about 0.338 pressure gradient. These reservoirs should be about 0.43 at virgin pressure. So we saw depleted reservoir energy when we discovered this well, and subsequently every well that we've drilled and tested. Those pressure gradients have went down to a low of 275. So we have seen that come up a little bit just from the 4 injectors that we have to the north. We are increasing a little bit of reservoir pressure, but this south end of this field is in dire need of some pressure support.
Okay, G6.
G6 is just a official plat of the proposed exception location, the bottom hole location, surface and bottom hole location, and all footages and lat longs correlative to that. And it does show in a red line that common boundary that I described early in Exhibit 1, G1.
Kevin, in your discussion of the 6 geologic exhibits, you've touched several times on the rationale for wanting to drill this exception location. Can you just briefly summarize for us now the reason for wanting to drill this deviated hole that is closer than 500 feet to the unitized boundary?
Well, I believe that if we drilled inside the setback, which would be 500 feet or closer to the interior of the unit, we're actually probably at more risk of pushing hydrocarbons off unit than we are to drill down dip, down plunge into the water leg, by where we would increase reservoir pressure and sweep any oil north of us, north to Chatfield unit, without any risk of moving oil off lease south onto the other unit, both because of perm reduction to the south and just no hydrocarbon in the rock in the primary reservoirs.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions for the geologic witness.
Thank you. Any questions from staff?
Kevin, bear with me while I figure out what my scribbles mean. Couple quick questions for you. The bottom hole of the proposed Borstead B, how far off that common unit line is that proposed to be?
It's 150 feet north of the common unit boundary.
Okay. And when you're drilling that well, is it going to be just a straight deviated wellbore over to that bottom hole location, or will it be an S bend? How do you plan to drill that?
That's a good question. It is an S bend. We will drill. We will kick off. We'll run it basically 800 feet of surface casing. At 850, we will kick off at a 2 degree per 100 tangent, and I think it's 186 degree azimuth. We will drill at that build rate till we reach 21 degree tangent, and then roughly just above the Midale, we will do the opposite. We will build back to vertical at a 2 degree per 100 turn. And we need to be vertical because we do have some Mission Canyon salts that you do not want to go through at a deviated angle. So we will be vertical by I believe the state A marker, and then the rest of that wellbore will be vertical.
Okay, so you'll enter the unitized interval in a vertical fashion, roughly at that bottom hole, at the location of the proposed bottom hole.
Yes, the entire unitized section will be drilled vertically.
Okay. The interval that you're proposing to actually perf and inject into, can you verify, I guess, looking at your type log G2, what interval you plan to perf and inject into in that well?
Looking forward, I would the most optimal perf horizons we would drill, or we would complete from the Wayne 1 down to the bottom of the Wayne 4. The land will obviously be wet, and we are quite a ways removed from the land of production at the apex of the structure. There are 2 wells in section 19 produced, and we have four wells injecting into the landa. So I don't think we are going to enhance any kind of production that far away to the north by perforating the landa. Okay, so it will be Wayne 1 through Wayne 4 per our nomenclature.
Gotcha. And I think you summarized this pretty well, but just to touch on it one more time, on your G3, the green area that you have indicated on there is I'll call it the oil wet interval for the reservoir or for the unit.
Yes, that's a good question. That is because it's mapped on the K2. We're using the K2 as a proxy of what the structure looks like down at the Wayne reservoirs, the 3-4 primarily. And so it outlines the structure on the K2. Fortunately, there's not a lot of thickening and thinning between the K2 and our Wayne horizons. It's typically 95 feet in Chatfield, and it's about 90 feet at a Glenburn North Madison unit. So in Chatfield, that dashed green line that basically represents the oil water contact is at a subsea of 2980. And as I mentioned before, down in Glenburn North, the Wayne line of death, so to speak, is at negative 3,000 feet subsea.
When you say, does it behave as a true oil water contact in these reservoirs, or is that just the, I guess, delineation of the oil wet reservoir versus water wet reservoir?
Yes and no. When you're in the really poor sections, you'll see a defined oil water contact. The trouble is the reservoir is so heterogeneous, and we have so much lenticular sucrosic dolomites in the rock above the Wayne 3-4 that come and go. Water saturation there is more a function of permeability, in that the reservoir is typically a transition zone reservoir, in that it has never, when oil was in place, there wasn't enough buoyancy factor to actually get to irreducible water saturation. So we do see close to irreducible in the Wayne 3 and 4, and that's because we have permeabilities upwards of 100 millidarcies in that rock, and porosities, core porosities that are 35%. So it's excellent reservoir. So we actually see segregation of oil and water in those two zones. But the other zones, you can see oil on water, water on oil, lateral water. It's kind of a mixed bag.
Okay. While we're on G2, G3, just confirming the wells that are actively producing out of the Glenburn North Madison unit, are those all producing out of the Glenburn, or is there some Wayne production in that part of the unit?
Anything that's inside the dashed green is producing from the Wayne, and it is producing from the Glenburn as well, with the exception of the O'Connell 4. I believe the O'Connell 4 perforations are just in the Wayne. The Glenburn is chock full of anhydrite there and is basically non-reservoir, as per the map shows it's being north of that Glenburn trapping facies line.
Okay, so there is Wayne production down there.
Yes. Roughly, from what I can tell, it's very hard to allocate production down there, but as far as I can tell, roughly 3 million barrels have been produced out of the Wayne reservoir, what we call the Wayne reservoir. Other operators call it a very thick Glenburn section, so it's all becomes semantics at some point. But according to our correlations, yes, there is Wayne 3-4 production down there.
I agree with your semantics discussion. It's fun to try to unravel it between different operators at times.
Yes.
Your discussion on the injector, the Wayne injector, in the north part of the Glenburn unit, just confirming that injector is injecting into the Wayne in the North Glenburn, but you are not seeing any pressure response or pressure support in Chatfield at this point.
Okay, so you are talking about the Borstead number 1 well, is that right?
Robert Borstead 1, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that well is only injecting into the lower Glenburn,
Okay.
and we don't see, obviously we have all anhydrite in the Glenburn up where we're at, so we wouldn't see any response from that unless, it may be some instance, if you're a very fractured reservoir, you'd see communication, but vertical perm out here is pretty retarded. So that injector is basically influencing Glenburn producers to the south.
Gotcha. Couple of general requests. Your two cross sections, while they are actually surprisingly sufficient to read in paper copy, I'm going to ask for digital versions anyway, because I have a feeling by the time they're scanned, they're not going to be worth anything in the case file. So if I can get those supplemented as digital versions.
Okay.
Which exhibits are those?
G4 and 5.
Okay.
I guess I might have two questions here, and they might be for the land witness. I guess anyone that's sworn can answer at this point, but one, I guess I should ask this of the land witness. Who was noticed for this? Was it advertised as an exception location?
It was advertised as an exception location, and the application sets forth who was notified. There's an exhibit exhibit B attached to the application, which sets forth all of the owners that were notified, and it was royalty owners and working interest owners, both inside the Chatfield Madison unit and the unit to the south, which is the Glenburn North Madison unit.
Okay, thank you for that.
And that's like I said, that's in the application.
Okay. And has Ballard been in contact with the operator in Glenburn North regarding this proposal? Have you discussed it with them?
Yes, we have, and I believe they've provided a letter of support for our application.
Do we have that in the file?
I don't recall seeing it. I will search for it. Perhaps we can have the record remain open, so if it's not been submitted, we can submit it. Who was speaking? Was that you?
Oh, sorry, this is Brian Chatter.
Okay.
Sorry, Lawrence.
No, that's fine, Brian. Thank you. Did you see the letter of support? I don't recall seeing it.
Yeah, I believe it was sent to the commission a few months ago.
Okay.
So I can definitely provide you a copy, Lawrence.
Okay. I just got verification. It's in the case file, so
It is?
I guess
Okay.
sounds like it. So, I think that covers it. Thank you.
You bet.
Kevin, do you expect uplift in which wells do you expect uplift in?
Upon injection of this 1230-B, I believe we'll see fairly quick response in the 1230. Beyond that, it's just a wait and see. But we do know that some of these wells that have the wells that are close to the injectors that have that common Wayne 3-4. They do show fairly quick response. Bryce may talk to that a little bit more detail. But beyond that, it's just a wait and see after that.
Maybe will Bryce answer questions regarding fluid types that will be used in monitoring of the Glenburn North Madison unit? I'm assuming.
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Next witness is Bryce Ballard.
Mr. Ballard, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Bryce, state your full name for the record, please.
Bryce Ballard,
And Bryce, by whom are you employed?
Ballard Petroleum Holdings,
In what capacity?
VP of Engineering and Operations.
Okay, and you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Your offer is accepted.
Bryce, let's turn to the last exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1. Can you identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes. Exhibit E1 starts with an estimate of the increase in reserves that we've achieved with the existing wells inside the Chatfield Madison unit as a result of our water flood injection process. And right now, our estimated ultimate recovery inside of the existing wells, this is prior to drilling the Borstad 12-30 well, was 2,996,406 barrels of oil. And at unitization, the estimate for primary recovery was 1,838,225 barrels of oil. So that increase between the two numbers totals 1,158,181 barrels of oil, which is a 63% increase in overall recovery as a result of water flood operations. We have recently completed the Borstad 12-30, and it has been a strong oil producer. Our estimate for primary recovery for that well is 350,000 barrels of oil. If we can achieve a similar 63% uplift in recovery as a result of water flood from our proposed Borstad 12-30B towards the Borstad 12-30 producer, we will be able to recover an incremental 220,519 barrels of oil. We estimate that drilling this injection well will cost $1,686,958. We expect that the well will have a 25-year life, and using the current average operating costs in the unit per well, the operating costs over that 25 years will be $1,837,667 for total costs to drill and operate that well for its life being $3,524,625. The additional reserves that we will recover if we assume an average $60 a barrel oil price at the wellhead for this well's life are $13,231,131. Those are gross reserves. There'll be multiple parties benefiting from those reserves, including the state, mineral owners, override owners, and working interest owners. And the reserves recovered will sufficiently cover the cost to drill and operate this well. So we believe it will be an economic venture that is in the benefit of all parties.
Bryce, the estimate of 220,000 barrels approximately of oil that you're going to recover if the commission grants the request to drill this directional well closer than 500 feet to the unit boundary, is that oil that would otherwise not be produced if you were required to drill at the standard 500-foot setback or not drill at all?
We would only get some fraction of that oil if we're required to drill at the 500-foot setback.
Okay. So at least part of the 220,000 barrels is oil that you would otherwise not recover. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, based on our geologic interpretation, that is a fair statement.
So in that respect, this application, if granted, will prevent waste.
That is correct.
And given the geologist's testimony that you're not going to have oil going across the unit boundary, it's also going to protect relative rights. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it'll prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. We would offer each one of the exhibits identified by the three witnesses.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Bryce, maybe to follow up a little bit on the questioning you just received from Lawrence, that portion that you were discussing, if you were required to drill the well at 500 feet, as opposed to allowed to drill it closer to the boundary, that portion that we may not recover, would that be potentially pushed off or away from the oil window on Chatfield?
Yeah, we believe that the farther up drip we drill this well, the higher the risk is of putting it inside of the oil column, which would make it difficult to sweep any oil that is down dip towards our producing wells, and would raise the risk of pushing some amount of oil off of the unit.
So where you're proposing to place it, you're minimizing that potential for anything going off of the designated unit. Any
Yes, sir.
hydrocarbon, at least.
That's correct.
If any of your injection pressure or fluid were to move off of the Chatfield unit area, it would be water, and it would potentially be in support of, well, if they're of the Wayne Glenburn, but it's not anticipated, right?
That is correct. We've had good conversations with Bear Energy, the operator of the Glenburn unit. Their opinion, given their familiarity with those wells and those water flood operations, is that it would be unlikely for our wells to provide any significant support to their producers, but it is possible.
So even though it's going to be close, they're not anticipating anything. But if it did, it would be a benefit to them.
That's correct.
Okay. I guess I'm going to ask for one more supplemental directional plan for the wellbore that you're proposing to drill that identifies that S-bend that was discussed by Kevin, and maybe annotate on there where you anticipate entering the unit and where your perfs are planned to be.
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Bryce, do you guys have any water injection in the area, or is all of it used for EOR?
Sorry, is any of the water just disposed, you mean, or is all of the water
Correct,
used for
Yeah, is
EOR?
any of it pumped into saltwater disposal wells, or
No, none of this produced water is pumped into saltwater disposal wells.
okay? When's your planned development date for this well?
We have a rig contract signed to move on the well in the month of June as soon as we receive approval. Or I say in the month of June or as soon as we receive approval.
When do you plan to begin injection into the well?
If all goes well with drilling and completions, we could be beginning injection as soon as 2 months after spudding the well. So in mid to late August.
That was it. Thanks.
Any additional
you.
questions? All right. Hearing none, Mr. Bender, how long do you think you need to have to supplement the record?
What's next week, Thursday? And I know the previous hearing is officer like to use dates rather than, I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Next week, Thursday,
Okay, we'll keep the record open until June 4th.
June 4th. Okay, thank you. And Bryce, if that crowds you for time, we can always get a short extension, but hopefully that'll work for you.
We can, with these minimal requests to supplement the record, we can get that done ourselves this morning.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll keep the record open until June 4th just to accommodate you. And is there anything further in this case?
Nothing further.
All right, so that will conclude the hearing for case number 32866.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next on the docket is case number 32867. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order creating a 320-acre drilling unit comprised of the east half of Section 31, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, in Divide County, North Dakota, authorizing the recompletion of the Shadow Cat 1-31H well, file number 41137, within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 32867 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We intend to call three witnesses. The first is in the area of land. TJ, would you state your full name for the record?
TJ Botchlet.
Mr. Botchlet, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
TJ, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 32867. Let's skip the cover page and let's go to L1. Tell me what L1 is, please.
L1 is a general locator map showing this is a proposed 320 acre spacing unit where it says 1280, but the 320 acre spacing unit is outlined in red, highlighted in yellow in the east half of Section 31 of 16295, located in the Noonan field.
Okay, and L2.
L2 is showing the working interest in the east half of Section 31 as Continental owning 100% of the working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Okay, your next witness is a geological witness. Rosie, state your full name for the record, please.
Rosie Gilbert.
Ms. Gilbert, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you.
Rosie, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
What capacity?
I'm the geologic manager for the Williston Basin.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Rosie, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure. I received my master's degree in geology from New Mexico State University in 2014. I started with Continental Resources in the fall of 2014. I worked the Anadarko Basin for about 8 years in different development and exploration roles across the Mid-Continent region. And I have been the geologic manager for the Williston Basin since 2022.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning this request made in case 32867?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Rosie, let's go to the next exhibit, G1. Tell us what that is.
Yes. G1 is again a general locator map, and again highlighting in the yellow box with the red outline our proposed 320 spacing unit in Section 31 of 162 North, 95 West. The contours on that map are representing the top of the Red River Formation in Sub C, and what you can see is that the Red River Formation is gently dipping to the south across Section 31. The star on that map is indicating the type log for the area, which is the Shadowcat 1-31H pilot.
Okay, and G2.
G2, this is a type log for the area. That is the Shadowcat 1-31H pilot log. It displays from about 50 feet above the top of the Red River Formation through the Red River A, the Red River B, Red River C, Red River D, and then ends within the Red River E formation.
And what's the target?
The target will be the Red River D, C, and B.
Let's go on to, well, I'm sorry, that's an engineering exhibit. So all the questions I have for the geologic witness.
Thank you. Any questions from staff?
Rosie, so your proposal is to perforate portions in the B, C, and D. Have you narrowed down where you are you going to perforate the whole interval, or is it going to be isolated intervals within there? What are you looking at?
We've identified 3 isolated intervals within. I can give you the exact perforation depths for each one of those if you would like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Within the D formation, the perforated interval will be 11,807 feet to 11,848 feet. Within the C, it will be 11,741 feet to 11,751 feet. And then within the B, it will be 11,699 feet to 11,724 feet.
Okay, thank you for that. And with respect to what you're proposing to do here, I'm assuming the standard Red River pool definition would be sufficient. I don't know if there's a Red River pool. I was going to dig into it, but I hadn't had a chance yet. Already defining the area, but if there isn't one, the typical Red River pool would be from the top of the Red River to the bottom of the Red River. I'm assuming that'd be sufficient for what you're proposing to do here.
Yeah, yes, we would propose it would be defined as the top of the Red River to above the top of the Winnipeg group. So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you. Mr. Rendering, call our next witness.
Yeah, next witness is Elizabeth George. Elizabeth, would you state your full name for the record?
Elizabeth George.
Ms. George, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer for the Williston Basin.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Your offer is accepted.
Elizabeth, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as E1. Can you tell me what E1 is?
E1 is the current wellbore diagram of the Shadowcat 1-31H well, and the lateral landed in the icebox formation.
E2?
E2 is the recomplete wellbore diagram that depicts the cement retainer at approximately 12,000 feet and 30 degrees inclination.
Okay, can you, I don't know that you described in enough detail, at least for me, in terms of, are you going to be setting a plug then below your proposed perforated interval, or can you go into a little bit more description of that?
Yeah, so we'll set a cement retainer at 12,000 feet and perforate and to isolate the zones below it, and we'll perforate above that isolation.
And the perforations will take place in the vertical portion of the wellbore, is that correct?
That's correct, within the Red River.
All right, then let's go to Exhibit E3. Can you tell me what Exhibit E3 is?
E3 is the reserves basis for the project in the Red River formation, an estimated GOR of 20,000 standard cubic feet per barrel, an EUR of 30,000 barrels of oil, 600, MMCF of gas for 130,000 barrels of oil equivalent, and the gross economics at $65 oil and $3.50 gas a recomplete cost of $546,000, working interest of 100% and 82% revenue interest, for an MPV of $2,000, internal rate of return of 10%, and a payout of 1.4 years.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer each one of the exhibits that was presented by the three witnesses.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Elizabeth, I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer this or not, but the application for the 320 acre drilling unit, was there any reason for the drilling unit size that was requested?
I believe that was due to our proximity to the section line, and I can defer to Land to give some more information on that.
This is TJ Botchlet. I'm pretty sure that kind of the standard spacing within the Williston Basin is 320 acres for a vertical Red River well.
So you just went with the standard Red River spacing and the closest section line for the orientation of the spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. When is your planned recompletion date?
Sometime this summer. So as soon as we get permission to do so, we'll commence operations.
Okay, thank you.
The Red River, the vertical portion of that wellbore, which you'll be working in, is approximately how far off the section lines? Do you guys have that information?
502 feet from the south line and 502 feet from the east line.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. Anything further on this case, Mr. Bender?
Nothing further.
Okay, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32867. Next case on the docket is case number 32868. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for the Juno Bakken Pool in Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish 3 overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 7, 18, and 19, sections 8, 17, and 20, and sections 9, 16, and 21, all in Township 162 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and 2, create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 in Township 162 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and such further relief as appropriate. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, appearing in case number 32868 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have 3 witnesses in this matter. First witness is in the area of land, Matt Calloway.
All right, Mr. Calloway, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Matt, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
senior staff landman.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Matt, let's go to the packet for case 32868. Let's go to Exhibit L1. Tell me what Exhibit L1 is.
Exhibit L1 is a general locator map showing the existing field boundaries outlined in blue and the proposed 3 1,920 acre spacing units outlined in red and the proposed 2,560 acre spacing unit outlined in red.
And L2.
L2 is a land plat of section 7 of 162 North, 96 West, indicating Continental not having an interest, but other parties having 100% of the working interest.
L3,
L3 is a land plat of sections 18 and 19 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 55 or 54.67% working interest.
and L4.
L4 is a land plat of sections 7, 18, and 19 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 36.45% working interest.
L5,
L5 is a land plat of section 8 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 24.69% working interest.
and L6,
L6 is a land plat of sections 17 and 20 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 54.47% working interest.
and L7.
L7 is a land plat of sections 8, 17, and 20 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 44.54% working interest.
And L8,
L8 is a land plat of section 9 of 162 North, 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental Resources having a 49.87% working interest.
L9,
L9 is a land plat of sections 16 and 21 of 162 North, 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 45.3% working interest.
and L10.
L10 is a land plat of sections 9, 16, and 21 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 46.82% working interest.
And L11.
L11 is a land plat of sections 3 and 10 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having an 81.21% working interest.
L12.
L12 is a land plat of sections 15 and 22 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 55.47% working interest.
And finally, L13.
L13 is a land plat of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 of 162 North, 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 68.34% working interest.
Now, Matt, in a number of these proposed spacing units, Continental Resources has had less than a majority interest in those proposed spacing units. Will Continental Resources have discussions with the other working interest owners in those spacing units to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, we will.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from staff?
Matt, with respect to section 7, and the 0% represented by Continental there, do you know who the working interest owner is? That's the only one of the sections that doesn't have any development on it so far.
I apologize. I don't have that off the top of my head. We were kind of piecing it together. There's been no sections 4, 5, and 6 or lay down 1920. So it's just kind of getting back onto the pattern of stand-ups.
Okay, does Continental anticipate operating each of the proposed spacing units at this point?
At this point, we do, but we are definitely open if there's an owner that has majority interest.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Next witness is David Nance. David, state your full name for the record, please.
David Nance.
Mr. Nance, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
David, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
Geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offers accepted.
David, let's turn to Exhibit G1 in the packet. Please identify G1 and discuss what's contained upon it.
G1 is a map, a structure map of the top Bakken with 50-foot contour intervals and subsea depth. The proposed spacing units are highlighted in yellow and outlined in their respective colors. And the type log for the area that we used is the red star.
G2?
G2 is that type log. It shows the Bakken pool for the Juno field there. And we expect uniform density, porosity in the area.
G3?
G3 is the same as G3 is kind of a general locator map with the proposed spacing units highlighted and outlined, and then the existing development in the area with 3/4 wells being pink and Middle Bakken wells being green.
I'm sorry, you were a little bit hard to understand. Could you repeat that again, please, David?
Yes, I'm sorry. The G3 is a map showing our proposed spacing units highlighted and outlined, and then the type log for the area with a star, and the other information is the existing development in the area with Middle Bakken wells being green and Three Forks wells being pink.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Stevie Wampler. Would you state your full name for the record?
Stevie Wampler.
Ms. Wampler, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Stevie, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
As an engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Stevie, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering in May of 2024. Then I worked for Continental as a field engineer in North Dakota for a year and a half. And then after that, I have been as a reservoir engineer in the Williston Basin.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning the request that's being made in this case number 32868?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or have prepared under your control and supervision exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness. I'm an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Stevie, let's go to Exhibit E1. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit E1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
E1 is the proposed directional well plot for the 1920 spacing unit in section 7, 18, and 19 of 162 North and 96 West. The existing Middle Bakken wellbore is depicted in the green solid line, and the proposed Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dashed lines, and we are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
Okay, E2.
E2 is the proposed directional well plot for the 1920 spacing unit of sections 9, 16, and 21 in Township 162 North, Range 96 West. The existing wellbores are depicted in the green solid lines, and then the proposed new Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dashed lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
E3.
E3 is the proposed directional well plot for the 1920 spacing unit of sections 8, 17, and 20 in 162 North, 96 West. The existing Three Forks well is depicted in the solid pink line, and the existing Middle Bakken well is depicted in the solid green line. And then the proposed Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dash lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
And E4.
E4 is the proposed directional plot for the 2560 spacing unit of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 in 162 North, 96 West. The existing Middle Bakken lateral is depicted in the solid green line, and the proposed new Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in green dashed lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
And then E5.
E5 is a depiction of the typical Middle Bakken wellbore diagram with an estimated total depth of 26,000 feet of measured depth with a cemented lateral with 85 plug and perf stages.
E6.
E6 is our reserves and economics for our 3-mile Middle Bakken laterals with an estimated initial rate of 1,200 barrels of oil per day at a 55% decline rate and a 0.9 B factor with a GOR of 2,074 standard cubic feet per barrel and EURs of 594,000 barrels of oil, 1,231 MCF of gas, and 798,000 BOE. The economics were ran at $65 a barrel for oil and $3 an MCF for gas with the drilling cost of $10.8 million and an operating cost of $9,100 a month, with yielding an internal rate of return of 44% and a 2.1 year payout.
Okay, and E7.
E7 is depicting our typical Middle Bakken wellbore diagram for our 4-mile laterals with an estimated TD of 31,000 feet of measured depth with a cemented lateral of approximately 115 plug and perf stages.
And then E8.
E8 is the reserves basis and gross economics for our 4-mile Middle Bakken lateral with an estimated initial rate of 1,400 barrels of oil per day at a 55% decline rate and a 0.9 B factor with a GOR of 2,073 standard cubic feet per barrel, EURs of 765,000 barrels of oil, 1,586 MCF, and 1,029 BOE. The gross economics were ran at $65 dollars per barrel and $3 per MCF, with a drilling cost of $13.3 million and an operating cost of $9,100 a month, yielding an internal rate of return of 40% and a 2.3 year payout.
And then finally, Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Steve, you're looking at your E2, 3, and 4. The proposed well bores, they're all green, but there's a different stippling pattern on the dashes, I guess. Is there any significance to any of that, or is it just all the same Middle Bakken target for all of the proposed wells?
It is all just the same Middle Bakken target for all 5 laterals.
Okay, thank you.
Stevie, when do you plan to develop this area?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
When do you plan to drill and complete and turn these wells online in this area?
These will be in the year of 2027 as the spud date.
Okay. Are you guys working on gas capture in the area? Do you guys have pipeline in the area right now?
Yes, we do have a gas pipeline in this area.
And upon completion, do you plan to turn those wells into the pipeline?
Yes.
Within a reasonable timeline? Okay. And then I was a little bit surprised, and I know it's really kind of minor differences, but that your 4 mile economics in the area are less economic from a rate of return standpoint than your 3. Is there a reason for that, or is it just so similar that it's really not?
Right now, as far as our economics for our 4 mile wells, we are waiting until we have a few more of those under our belt to really capture what we believe is the uplift from those. However, we are putting some risk to that just because of the reality of they are new to us. And so those will obviously probably change a little bit as we go forward and get more reps of 4 mile laterals. But for now, we are comfortable with the risk that we've accounted for.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing nothing else, anything further in this case?
Nothing further, Mr. Examiner.
All right, counsel, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32868. Next case on the docket is case number 32869. This is an application of Continental Resources Incorporated for an order for the Juneau Bakken Pool and or Upland Bakken Pool in Divide County, North Dakota to create and establish 4 overlapping 2560 acre spacing units comprised of sections 30 and 31, Township 162 North, Range 96 West, and sections 6 and 7 in Township 161 North, Range 96 West, sections 29 and 32, Township 162 North, Range 96 West, and sections 5 and 8 in Township 161 North, Range 96 West, sections 20 and 33 in Township 162 North, Range 96 West, and sections 4 and 9 in Township 161 North, Range 96 West, and sections 27 and 34 in Township 162 North, Range 96 West, and sections 3 and 10 in Township 161 North and Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on each proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, appearing case number 32869 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
All right, I'll just remind the witnesses that they continue to be sworn in, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Matt, Exhibit L1.
For Exhibit L1 is a general locator map showing the existing field boundaries outlined in blue and the proposed 2,560 acre space units outlined in red. And I should point out, I do know that sections 6 and 7 and 18 of 16196 is currently a 1920. So this application, we would be requesting that 1920 be terminated, and we will come back at a later date to create a 2560 of 18, 19, 30, and 31.
All right, L2.
L2 is a land plat of sections 30 and 31 of 162 North, 96 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 58.56% work interest.
L3.
L3 is a land plat of sections 6 and 7 of 161 North, 96 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 96.39% work interest.
L4.
L4 is a land plat of sections 30 and 31 of 162 North, 96 West, and sections 6 and 7 of 161 North, Range 96 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 77.49% work interest.
L5.
L5 is a land plat of sections 29 and 32, as well as a 162 North, 96 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 54.46% work interest.
L6.
L6 is a land plat of sections 5 and 8 of 161 North, Range 96 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 58.26% work interest.
L7.
L7 is a land plat of sections 29 and 32 of 162 North, Range 96 West, and sections 5 and 8 of 161 North, Range 96 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 56.37% work interest.
L8.
L8 is a land plat of sections 28 and 33 of 162 North, Range 96 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 98.82% working interest.
L9,
L9 is a land plat of sections 4 and 9 of 161 North, 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having 94.09% working interest.
L10,
L10 is a land plat of sections 28 and 33 of 162 North, 96 West, and sections 4 and 9 of 161 North, 96 West. As a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 96.46% working interest.
L11,
L11 is a land plat of sections 27 and 34 of 162 North, 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having 84.76% working interest.
L12,
L12 is a land plat of sections 3 and 10 of 161 North, Range 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 51.03% working interest.
and L13.
L13 is a land plat of sections 27, 34, 162 North, 96 West, and sections 3 and 10 of 161 North, 96 West, and a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 67.89% working interest.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
David, G1,
D1 is a subsea structure map showing our requested spacing units highlighted in yellow and outlined in their respective colors. 50-foot contours of the upper Bakken surface are displayed. The type block for the area is indicated by a red star.
G2,
G2 is a type log for the area. It displays the logged unit from 50 foot above the Bakken pool. And then displaying the Juno field. We expect uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
and G3.
And G3 is just a map of the proposed spacing units and the existing development in the area, with Middle Bakken as green and Three Forks as pink.
No further questions.
Questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Stevie, E1.
E1 is the proposed directional well plot for the 2560 spacing unit in sections 28, 33, 4, and 9 of townships 162 North and 161 North and range 96 West. The existing Middle Bakken lateral is depicted in the solid green line, and the proposed Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dashed lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
E2.
E2 is the proposed directional well plot for the 2560 spacing unit of sections 29 and 32 of 162 North and 5 and 8 of 161 North, range 96 West. The existing lateral is depicted in the green solid line, and the proposed Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dashed lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
E3.
E3 is the proposed directional well plot for the 2560 spacing unit of sections 30 and 31 of 162 North and sections 6 and 7 of 161 North, range 96 West. The existing Three Forks well is depicted in the solid pink line, and the existing Middle Bakken well is depicted in the solid green line. The proposed Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dashed lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
And E4.
E4 is the proposed directional well plot for the 2560 spacing unit of sections 27 and 34 in Township 162 North and sections 3 and 10 in Township 161 North, range 96 West. The existing Three Forks lateral is depicted in the solid pink line, and the existing Middle Bakken lateral is depicted in the green solid line. The proposed Middle Bakken laterals are depicted in the green dashed lines. We are proposing 5 new Middle Bakken laterals.
And then E5, please.
E5 is depicting a typical Middle Bakken wellbore diagram for our 4-mile laterals with a estimated TD 31,000 measured depth with a cemented lateral containing approximately 115 plug and perf stages.
E6.
E6 is the reserve spaces and gross economics for our 4-mile Middle Bakken lateral with initial rate of 1,400 barrels of oil per day at a 55% decline rate and a 0.9 B factor, yielding a GOR of 2,073 standard cubic feet per barrel, EURs of 765,000 barrels of oil, 1,586 MCF gas, and 1,029 BOE. Our gross economics were ran at $65 per barrel and $3 per MCF, with a drilling cost of $13.3 and an operating cost of $9,100 a month, yielding a internal rate of return of 40% and a payout of 2.3 years.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
I'd like to go back to Mr. Calloway for a moment. If we look at Exhibit L1, there is also a 3840 of 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18. Would it be appropriate to terminate that also?
Yes.
Thank you. And then back to our engineering witness.
Yes.
We can look at E1 as an example. So,
did you say E1?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Looking at the overall development of this area, including the previous case as well, where do you plan to have the surface locations for these wells?
The surface location is depicted in section 28 of E1.
Okay, so that will be the surface location for this pad. So with that, it looks like the 7-inch casing point and bottom hole locations are maybe flip-flopped.
Oh, are you referring to the difference between this case and the last case?
No, just this exhibit, for example, shows the bottom hole locations up in section 28 based on your key at the bottom.
Yes, they're flipped.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah, they are flipped.
I think I'm going to request that you supplement the record with corrected exhibits E1 through 4.
Yes.
And then if we can turn to E2, where will your surface location be for this unit?
That will also be in section 29, so those will also need to be flipped.
Okay. And will it be kind of near the midpoint of the north line of section 29, kind of like the rest of these?
Yes.
Ashley, if I may interrupt, would you like the supplemental exhibits to have a proposed surface site on them as well?
That would be great.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. And that's all. Thank you.
Any additional questions from staff? All right, hearing none, anything. So we'll keep the record open until June 4th.
Thank you.
So you can supplement the record, and unless you have anything further, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32869.
Nothing further, Mr. Examiner.
All right, thank you. And I think we will take a 5 to 10 minute break and go off the record at 10:34.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record at 10:46, Thursday, May 28th. We're going to go a little out of order and begin with case number 32874. This is an application of EOG Resources Incorporated for an order amending the field rules for the Stanley Bakken Pool and or partial Bakken Pool in Montreal County, North Dakota to create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 15, 16, 22, 23, 26, and 35 in Township 155 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed one horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and such further relief.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, and I'm appearing in case number 32874 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter, and I'm sorry, 3. I said 3. I apologize. Only 2. Anna Morgan, and in land, and John Schmidt in geology. So.
All right, you can call your first witness.
Anna, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Anna Morgan.
And Anna, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources.
In what capacity?
Land advisor.
And in that capacity, you.
I'll just swear the witness.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And you were just about to answer my question about in what capacity you appeared before the commission.
Land advisor.
And in that capacity, have your qualifications been accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, they have.
I'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Okay, Anna, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 32874. I'm going to have you skip the cover page, and I'm going to have you turn to Exhibit L1. Tell us what Exhibit L1 is.
L1 is a regional location map. It shows the Stanley Bakken Pool outline shown in the darker green shading. The partial Bakken Pool is in the lighter green shading, and our requested 3840 spacing unit is outlined in red.
And L2.
L2 shows the spacing units that we're requesting in our 3840, the section numbers are in red, and this shows all of the overlapping spacing units that are out there. There are 640 acre spacing units, 1280s, 1920s, and 2560s that cover all of these sections.
And L3.
L3 also shows our requested 3840 spacing unit outlined in red. EOG owns 86.67% working interest in this unit. All of the sections in our requested spacing unit were the base underlying producing units were on 640 acres. So there will not be any allocation outside of our requested 3840 if our application is approved as submitted.
And L4.
L4 shows the spacing units that are existing underlying our requested unit that we believe can be vacated upon approval of this case.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Yep, John Schmidt.
Mr. Schmidt, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
John, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources.
In what capacity?
Senior Geological Engineer.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
John, let's go to G1 very briefly. Well, first identify and then very briefly discuss what's contained on this exhibit.
G1 is a reservoir, Bakken reservoir structure map showing the existing Bakken wells and a couple of Three Forks wells to the west that have been drilled in the area. It also shows the dip or the Bakken Middle Bakken is present at approximately 6,900 to 7,000 feet subsea with a dip to the southwest under the unit, and the Burke 3-16 pilot hole is highlighted.
Okay, then let's go to G2.
G2 then just shows that that Burke 316 pilot hole, showing that the Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken, Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken, and Lower Bakken Shale Three Forks are all present under the unit and have been drilled previously.
Okay, and then E1.
E1 just shows what we're asking for, which is 3840 DSU with one proposed Bakken well.
And E2.
E2 then shows our alignment in green, our unit in green, and then our alignment of our well in dashed green, showing that we're going to go up along the west line of sections 35 and 26, and then go into the diagonal pattern. There's a hunt well in section 26, and we're going to, at the toe of that well, our wellbore will be between 500 and 550 from the west line, and we will be approximately at the toe about 750 feet from that hunt well, and at their heel about 1,200 feet, so averaging 1,000 feet. And Anna did have a conversation where Hunt requested to know where we were going to put our wellbore, and we gave them this general alignment.
I want to make sure I understood what you said. Where is the hunt well? In what section?
In section 26.
Okay.
In the west half of section 26, kind of center west half of 26. Then in G3 cross section, wine rack cross section is then
G3.
Yeah, I'm sorry, E3.
Okay, just yeah. So you finished with everything on E2?
On E2, yes.
Okay. Now let's go to E3.
And then E3 shows that wine rack cross section, showing where our approximate wellbore is going to be in relation to the other wellbores. There are some wellbores that are have not been drilled but are planned to be drilled to the west off the same pad in development, and our interwell distance for these Middle Bakken wells is approximately 1,000 to 1,900 in the pattern. I guess if you could go back to E2 real quick, all these wells would be coming off the same pad. If you're looking at E2 going from the wells that go to the north, the western wells going to the north, we're currently planning on drilling these two, the two dashed red wells on the west side, and then the one going south here in the next month. And then this well that we're proposing is going to be drilled in 2027 with the other well going to the south into section from 35 into 12, and then the other two wells going to the northwest that will be just to the west of this proposed green well.
Okay, let's go to E4.
E4 then shows our typical wellbore diagram for this 19,500 foot lateral. We're estimating between 86 and 90 plug and perf stages. Then E5.
Okay, and all right, E5.
E5 then shows our reservoir parameters with the total oil in place per each of the various different acreage positions, 3840 being at the bottom. And then E6 shows our economics. These are, so the EURs are gross, and then per Mark's question last month, I added a gross sales, I added gross and net sales, severance tax and operating costs, and the income and investment information at the bottom is all on a net basis. So Net investment is about $10 million. I think the total, these are 80% or 86% well interest wells, and the total gross investment for the wellbore and facilities is about 11.5. And then our return on investment is about 3.56, with 25 million undiscounted cash flow.
And then the last exhibit, GC1, that's a gas capture affidavit, typically is required in these sorts of matters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
John, looking at your E2, how long does the lateral end up being, roughly?
19,500 feet.
I suppose that was on the other exhibit.
Yeah, it's okay.
looking at one thing and thinking through a few others.
You can ask about 35. How long? How much?
Yeah.
We're estimating about 1,800 feet of lateral length in section 35.
And then in 23?
And then 23, probably around 1,500. It probably is going to bow out a little bit more than I have it shown. We obviously were pinched. We're trying to stay right along the 500-foot line until we pass that Hunt well.
And then, I guess,
and we'd have a 500-foot radius setback at the corner of northwest corner or northeast corner of section 27.
And then roughly 16, 15, and 22 end up with
about 3,000 feet each.
Your general practice is to propose the spacing unit with all of the entirety of the overlap spacing.
And if you all were to deem that a certain subset of sections 23, 26, or 35 were appropriate, we would be okay with that. Do you agree, Anna?
Yes, I do.
Generally, John, you would agree that as depicted, the wellbore won't produce much from, say, the east half of 23, 26, or 35.
Agree. Okay. I guess given our past history, we've decided to propose and make sure the notice goes out. And if there was a decision to contract from what we had proposed, I think like I said, we would be okay with that.
As long as it leaves the well path that you planned.
Yeah, exactly. As a viable well path.
Okay, thank you.
Does EOG operate the well? I think they do. In the that goes from section 16 to section 9. Looks like a 2-mile well. EOG operates section 9 to the north of section 16.
Yes.
How would EOG propose to develop section 9 in the future? The well terminates at the top of section 16.
Correct.
But there's a well that goes.
I believe we have some north, or we have either northwest or I'm sorry, not northwest, north-south or east-west development in what would be a square 2560 of 49. 49. I'm zooming in on my map. I apologize. 4, 9, 3, and 10. We'd have north-south 2-mile wells would be our first preference.
We can take a look at that and get back to you.
Yeah, we can supplement with
Yeah, so something with that because it doesn't, because you go two more sections to the north, and then I don't believe EOG
We don't.
operates.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. And then if it's north-south, it goes against the general azimuth that your wells have been trending in the area. So
we've been starting to cross wells where possible and where it makes sense. So happy to
supplement something along
with
the lines of what
would happen to the north.
Yeah,
certainly.
Okay.
And like I said, this development will be in 2027 for this particular well. It will be paired with the two wells directly to the west of it, and the one that goes south out of section 35. We are awaiting a increased density order for the other unit for the other two wells that go to the north and west, and that rig is planning to move in and drill those here in the month of June.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. So we'll keep the record open until June 4th, Council. And do you have anything else on case number 32874?
Nothing further.
All right, we will conclude the hearing for case number 32874 and move on to case number 32778. This is a continued application of EOG Resources Incorporated for an order for the Thompson Lake Bakken Pool and or Kittleson Slough Bakken Pool, Burke and Montreal Counties, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35 in Township 159 North, Range 91 West, and Section 2, 158 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case number 32778 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. We'll have two witnesses in this matter. We are going to have a switch on the land witness. It is going to be Austin Fry, who's present with us in the hearing room.
All right, Mr. Fry, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you.
Austin, I'm sorry, interrupted you. So, Austin, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources.
In what capacity?
Land specialist.
And in that position, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Now, for the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Okay, Austin, let's skip the cover page for case 32778 and let's go to Exhibit L1. And I'll have you identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, it's a regional locator map depicting our 2560 acre proposed spacing unit in relation to the Thompson Lake Bakken Pool and the Kittleson Slough Bakken Pool.
And L2.
L2 is the base DSUs that fall within this proposed 2560. You can see two 960 acre DSUs and an additional 2560 DSU, along with EOG's working interest in each one of those.
And then L3.
L3 is a combination of the prior two maps depicting the proposed 2560 and our 50% working interest in that spacing unit overlaid with the base DSUs. I'll note that because of the base 2560, we will request allocation to sections 11, 14, and 23.
No further questions.
Questions from staff?
Looking at Exhibit L3, So you're breaking up that base 2560 that's drilled from the center line. Do you have further development plans on how you're going to develop 1114 and 23?
We do. We have this 4-mile DSU followed by a 3-mile DSU followed by a 4-mile DSU going north to south, and that incorporates all of EOG's leasehold from north to south in this block.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. You may call your next witness, Mr. Schmidt. I just remind you, you continue to be under oath.
John, let's go to Exhibit G1.
Okay, G1 shows Middle Bakken structure map depicting the unit in green, and then the Sidonia 1-06 pilot hole, which is our closest pilot hole, in the red dot there, which will be the type log on the next exhibit. The Middle Bakken is present. Obviously, it's been drilled.
You got to tell us when you're going to stop, what you get done with one exhibit, so that the record is clear. Okay, good.
So G1 continues to show the Middle Bakken structure map with the Middle Bakken dipping to the southwest at approximately 6,300 to 6,500 feet of subsea TVD, and as I said, the Middle Bakken has been developed in this proposed unit in a series of wells.
Okay. Now let's go to G2, and I only tell you this because I want the record to be clear. So
gotcha. G2 then shows that Sidonia 1-06 pilot hole that's just to about 2 miles to the southeast of the unit. And again, the upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken Shale, and Three Forks are all present. Three Forks has been tested in the area in the first bench and is wet, and so we have we're choosing to at this point drill just Middle Bakken wells in the area.
Okay, and the next exhibit is E1.
E1 just shows for this 2560, we're proposing 4 Bakken wells, no Three Forks wells, for a total of 4 wells in the 2560. These will be 4-mile wells.
Okay, and E2.
E2 then shows that 4-mile development pattern with the first well to the west being approximately 500 to 550 off the west line. And then we have a series of drilled wells and then 3 additional wells to the east of those drilled wells. And as I said, as I'll show, the surface location will be in section 2. This is a very challenging area. Topographically, this is where we get into all the kettle lakes and a lot of the waterfowl production areas. And so lots of wetlands up there. And so we're drilling the 4-mile wells will definitely help us lessen our surface footprint in the area.
Because this is a challenging area, is your proposed pad, is that still tentative at this point, or is that likely where it's going to be?
It's likely where it's going to be. I actually have somebody up in the field making sure that we didn't miss a wetland or something. And there's also Air Force cables in the area, but everything from my from my preliminary sighting is that it will be somewhere in section 2 along the south line.
All right, then E3.
E3 then just shows the layout in wine rack form. With, like I said, we'll be proposing 4 Middle Bakken wells. The eastern one and the western one being at approximately 500 feet off the section line, or 500 to 550. There's some variance in wiggle in the existing wells, so I think there's one point at which we're 750 from one of the existing wells with that westernmost well, but in general we're shooting for 900 to 1,000 foot spacing between these wells.
And E4?
E4 then shows current wellbore diagram and completion design for a 20,820 foot lateral. That is going to be 92 to 97 plug and perf stages, cemented lateral.
And E5?
E5 is the reservoir data for the area. For this 2560, approximately 63,700,000 barrels of oil in place for the unit.
E6?
E6 then shows the economics. Again, the EURs are gross, and then I've got gross and net sales numbers, with the severance tax being a gross of about $6.7 million for one well, and then net income. The net numbers at the bottom, the economic numbers at the bottom, are all on a net basis. For the project, for the 4 total wells, we would have approximately rate of return of 3.72 with 63 million undiscounted cash flow. We definitely, and this is at $60 per barrel oil, 10 NGL and 1.5 gas. Definitely are seeing a bump, but we think that's the right economics to run it at, $60 oil, and we're hoping we get these wells to have the EURs of just over 1 million barrels each.
And then finally, Exhibit GC1, that's a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters.
That's correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
And when do you plan to develop this area?
These wells we're planning to have on our end of 2027 schedule.
That's it. Thanks. Do you have gas capture plans in the area?
We are currently building out gas capture in kind of north of Stanley. We're building our own gas collection system that will encompass our Ross unit that we recently got approval, tentative approval for, and so we will be the gas gatherer for the area.
Okay.
And that process of the initial process of building has gone or is starting to the Losswood wells that we just drilled to the south of this unit, or to the southwest of this unit. So we're in construction of our own gas gathering unit.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from staff? All right, hearing none. Anything further on this case?
Nothing further.
So that will conclude the hearing for case number 32778.
Sorry about that.
All right, next on the docket is case number 32871. This is an application of Hunt Oil Corporation for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool and or Fraser Bakken Pool in Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, created and established 2 overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 2, and 3, and sections 10, 11, 12 in Township 161 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, and 2, create and establish 3 overlapping 3840-acre spacing units comprised of sections 34, 35, and 36 in Township 162 North, Range 97 West, and sections 1, 2, and 3 in Township 161 North, Range 97 West, sections 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12 in Township 161 North, Range 97 West, and sections 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 in Township 161 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and/or such other relief. And council, do you want to withdraw any portion of this request?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of Hunt Oil Company. We did submit a request early on after this application was filed, requesting to withdraw near the end, actually the last set of lands there, sections 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 of Township 161 North, Range 97 West. We do not want to go forward with that request. That's been our request, is to withdraw those.
All right, the record will recognize your withdrawal, and you may proceed with case number 32871.
Yeah, our first witness is in the area of land, Chelsea Cherry.
All right, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Chelsea, state your full name for the record, please.
Chelsea Cherry,
And Chelsea, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
In what capacity?
senior staff landman.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Chelsea, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case 32871. Let's skip the cover page and let's go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon that exhibit.
Exhibit 1 is our regional location map showing Bluffton Bakken Pool and the Fraser Bakken Pool.
And then I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just, in fields, I said.
And then Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows our working interest in our proposed 1920 acre spacing units. Those are spacing units for 1920 is consisted of sections 1, 2, and 3 of 16197, and our working interest is 92%. The other one is 10, 11, and 12 of 16197, and our working interest is 92%.
Okay, and then Exhibit 2A.
Exhibit 2A shows our two proposed 3840 acre spacing units. One of those consisting of section 34, 35, and 36, and section 1, 2, and 3, and our working interest is 78%. And the other one is 1, 2, and 3, and 10, 11, and 12, and our working interest is 92%.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Kathleen Watkins.
Ms. Watkins, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathleen, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company.
In what capacity?
Geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Kathleen, let's go back to the packet of exhibits and let's go to Exhibit 3, the next exhibit in the packet that has not been discussed so far. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 3 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 3 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken Formation. The proposed 1920 acre units are shaded in red, and the proposed 3840 acre units are highlighted in a purple dashed line. The middle Bakken horizontal wells are highlighted in blue, and the Three Forks horizontal wells are highlighted in red.
And then let's go to Exhibit 4. Once again, identify and then briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit.
Exhibit 4 is a type log for the Bluffton and Fraser fields. The Bluffton-Fraser Bakken pool is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation. The top of the Bakken Formation is highlighted in red. The top of the Three Forks Formation is highlighted in red, and the middle Bakken Reservoir is shaded in yellow.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Emily Worth.
Ms. Worth, could you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Emily, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Offer is accepted.
Emily, let's go to the packet of exhibits again. Exhibit 5. Identify that exhibit, please, and then discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 5 is the proposed development for the proposed 1920 acre spacing units. The existing 1280 units are highlighted in a black border. The proposed 1920 acre units are highlighted in the dark red dashed lines. And the proposed wells are highlighted in the red and yellow, with existing wells shown in black and gray, showing 4 wells for each 1920.
So in essence, what you're doing is you're changing your stand-up spacing to lay-down spacing and going from 1280s to 1920s. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on then to Exhibit 5A. Once again, identify and tell us what's contained on that exhibit.
Exhibit 5A is the proposed development for the proposed 3840 acre spacing units. Much like the other exhibit, the existing units are shown in the black outline, with existing wells shown in black and gray. And the proposed 3840 acre units are shown in the dashed dark red lines, with the proposed wells in those units shown in the red and yellow highlighted.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is a typical Bakken wellbore schematic showing a 4.5-inch production liner and approximately 150-foot frac stages.
And Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 is the typical Middle Bakken estimated reservoir properties, reserves, and economics. This is based on a 1920 acre unit for 15,000-foot laterals, showing a 22.5 MMBO original oil in place for a 1920, an estimated EUR of 534 MBO, and a PV10 of $6.2 million. This was run at $65 flat and $2.50 for gas.
Okay, and Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted into the record. Any questions from staff?
Looking at Exhibit 5, do you have proposed pad locations for these 1920s?
Yes, we're looking at a location on the west side, the east side of Section 4 for the northern unit, and we are still evaluating locations for the southern portion, but we do plan to have it as a joint facility with the northern unit and do it along that development corridor.
And then the section line well, the northern one, which will that be from the same pad as the northern 1920? And then the middle section line, will that be from the north pad or south pad?
We're still figuring that out, but it will be from one of those pads.
Okay, thank you.
When's the planned development date for this area?
Spudding in January of 27 with follow-on development in summer of 28.
And then do you guys have gas pipelines in the area?
I believe there are some in the area. I'm not entirely sure where they're exactly at, but we are doing this in a corridor. So in the event that there is any build out necessary, it would all be in one particular area. But we do plan on having this gas captured.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, anything else, council?
Nothing further.
With that, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32871. So, staying with Hunt Oil Company, we remanded case number 32890 from the administrative docket to the regular docket, and we will hear that case now. So case number 32890 is an application of Hunt Oil Company as provided for in North Dakota Administrative Code 43020388.1 for an order allowing the production from the following described wells: Vanville 159-91-1-13H-1-1 well, file number 42548, Vanville 159-91-1-13H-2-2 well, file number 42549, Diamond 160-91-36-24H1 well, file number 42545, Diamond 160-91-36-24H-2 well, file number 42546, and Diamond 160-91-36-24H-3 well, file number 42547, located in the Lot 3 of Section 1, Township 159 North, Range 91 West, Thompson Lake Field and Diamond Field, Burke County, and Vanville 159-91-2-14H-1 well, file number 42550, Vanville 159-91-2-14H-2 well, file number 42551, and Vanville 159-91-2-14H-3 well, file number 42552, located in the southwest-southeast of Section 35, Township 160 North, Range 91 West, Thompson Lake Field, Burke County, to be produced into the Vanville Diamond Central Tank Battery or Production Facility located in the southeast quarter of Section 35, Township 160 North, Range 91 West, Thompson Lake Field, Burke County, North Dakota, pursuant to the provisions of North Dakota Administrative Code 430203-48.1 and such further and additional relief. Council?
We all long for the days where the wells were the state number one, the state number two. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter on behalf of Hunt Oil. Mr. Examiner, as you pointed out by reading the caption, this matter is before the Commission pursuant to 430203-88.1. It's a request for commingling under the provisions of ND Administrative Code, Section 430203-48.1. In that regard, the Commission should be in receipt of the affidavit with certain attachments. We believe that those materials provide the Commission with sufficient evidence and information to render a decision in this case.
Okay, it's my understanding that the affidavit is in the record for this case. And is there anything further you wish to submit or provide any testimony regarding this case?
I know nothing about, I understand that someone has raised an objection. I don't know what that objection is concerning, so it's really not possible for me at this point in time to have a witness to know how to address the objection.
I understand, and I'm not sure if it's an objection as much as it is a comment. So, sir, could you come forward And state your name for the record. And please have a seat.
My name is Tim Stewart. I'm the land use administrator for Clayton and Diamond Township. I'm also the chairman of Diamond Township.
Okay, and did you sign the record? Did you sign in?
all.
Okay, and it's Stewart, S-T...
E-W-A-R-T.
Okay.
I just want to bring up that the main problem we have right now is dust. So I'm curious on how this oil is going to be transported.
Okay, so your comment relates to dust.
To dust and then to air quality, because there's an air station there on Mosswood Refuge that's been testing the air since 1990, and it's been on the top of the nation as far as clean air. So just to help make sure that they keep it as clean as they possibly can.
Okay. Any other additional comment?
Not really. Just if they could put water down on roads in front of houses to keep the dust down, because it gets really dusty. And that's the main complaint I hear from most of the people, is that the dust is just terrible.
Okay. Any questions from staff? All right, council. How would you like to keep the record open, submit any additional information on this case file?
Yeah, if we could keep the record open until June 4th to address the issue of, how the commingling is going to change the moving of oil off the site. I don't know if there's any production out there right now. I don't believe there's any production. I believe the wells will come on, and what my client wants to do is put into place a commingling operation immediately upon completion of the wells. But I'm happy to address the concerns and provide some information to the commission as to how the oil will be moved off the site, whether the commingling is granted or whether commingling is not granted. I'll address both points.
Okay, we'll keep the record open until June 4th, and sir, do you know how to receive or review information that's submitted into our docket?
Yeah, give me an email. It's on here.
Okay.
And if I may ask if the commission could provide me with the email address so that when I submit the documents to the commission, I can copy the gentleman beside me.
That would be perfect. Anything further on this case? Hearing none, we will close the record for case, or actually we'll close the hearing for case number 32890 and keep the record open until June 4th. And while you're sitting at the table, council, I'm just going to run through, there's, I believe, 3 cases.
Sure.
That I understand you intend to address for the record. And we will start.
Most of those continued.
Yep. The case that you wanted to appear on is completed.
Done.
Yep, that case is done.
Yeah, that's the main one I wanted to do. The rest of them were secondary.
Okay.
They were like our mineral rights and stuff like that on other land, but this is just Diamond Township and Granville Township.
Okay. So there's 3 cases I understand you wish to have continued, and I will move on to open the record for case number 32784. Council, do you wish to address this case?
Absolutely, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, appearing on that matter on behalf of CODA. At this time, we respectfully request that matter be continued until the regularly scheduled hearing in June.
Your request to continue the case until June will be granted. Anything further?
Nothing further.
We will close the hearing record for case number 32784. We'll now open the record for case number 32611. Council, is there anything you wish to add to the record in this case?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, appearing in this matter, case 32611 on behalf of Devon Energy Williston, LLC. At this time, we respectfully request this matter be continued until the regularly scheduled June hearings.
Your request to continue this case will be granted. Anything further on this case?
Nothing further.
With that, we'll close the hearing for case number 32611 and we continue to the June hearing docket. Next on the docket is case number 32612. Council?
32612. I had 32626. I don't know what 32612 is. Is that another Devon case?
It is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing case 32612 on behalf of Devon Energy Williston, LLC. At this time, we respectfully request this matter be continued until the regularly scheduled June hearings.
Your request is granted. Anything further on this case?
Nothing further.
With that, we will close the hearing for case number 32612.
I thought we had filed a continuance on that. Okay.
All right. I think we'll be back in order now. Or do you have?
How about we were going to continue 32626. That's another Devon matter.
Okay. Got it. We will open the So next on the docket is case number 32626. This is on the admin docket. We will remand that case back to the regular docket and open the hearing for case number 32626. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 32626 on behalf of Devon Energy Williston, LLC. At this time, we respectfully request this matter be continued until the regularly scheduled June hearings of the Commission.
All right, your request to continue the case until the June hearing docket is granted. Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, we will close the hearing for case number 32626. With that, we'll just take a brief pause while people reset. All right, we'll go off the record. Okay, we will go back on the record. It is 11:45 a.m. on May 28th. And the next case on the docket is case number 32872. This is an application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order for Fraser Bakken Pool to establish two overlapping 3840 acre spacing units consisting of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 18, 16, and 17, and sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 161 North, Range 97 West, in Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize the drilling of up to one horizontal lease line well in each spacing unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Aaron Beaver, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Formentera Operating LLC in this matter 32872. And today we'll have three witnesses, Laura Lynn for land, Walker Ligon for geology, and Kim Halava for engineering.
All right, you may call your first witness.
Yeah, first witness will be Laura Lynn.
Laura Lynn, okay. All right, Ms. Lynn, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? I think you're on mute.
Muted.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Laura, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and your work address, please?
My name is Laura Lynn. I'm a senior landman at Formentera Operations. My office is in Oklahoma City. It's at 9520 North May Avenue.
And are you personally familiar, Laura, with the lands that are subject to this application 32872?
Yes.
And have you previously had your qualifications been received as that of an expert by the commission?
Yes.
I move to have Miss Lynn's testimony be received as that of an expert in this hearing.
Motion is granted.
Laura, have you prepared or caused to be prepared the land exhibits for this matter 32872?
Yes.
All right, Laura. If you please take a look with me at Exhibit 1. Can you describe Formentera's proposed spacing units using the regional map?
Yes, we proposed two 3840 acre units in comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17 in Township 161, 97 West. And then an additional one with sections 20, 21, 29, 28, 32, and 33 in 161, 97.
Great. And both of these are lease line units? Lease line well units? Yeah. Okay. Can you turn with me, please, to Exhibit 2 and please explain Formentera's location map and the spacing units within the base units and adjacent spacing?
Yes. The pink and the orange are previously spaced 1920 acre units by Formentera within the red boxes. The orange section 6, 7, and 18 is a Formentera unit, 1920 stand up. To the blue boxes on the west side is an existing Petra Hunt unit, and on the east side are Hunt oil lay down units, or 1280s.
Right. Okay. Formentera has previously had approved the units on the east side of both lease line well units.
Correct.
And previously heard the 1920s on the west side.
Correct.
Okay. Turning to Exhibit 4, and just real quickly for the record, there is no Exhibit 3, correct? just by omission?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Turning to Exhibit 4, can you please describe the working interest ownership in each proposed overlapping spacing unit?
Yes, the working interest currently for the northern unit that's described on the left-hand side of the slide is 38%, and the southern unit currently 50%.
And using Exhibit 4, can you please explain the history of the spacing units and drilling of wells, if any, within the spacing?
We have drilled a 3-mile unit consisting of 21, 28, and 33. And we plan to drill upon existing units to the north and to the south adjacent to that the well that's been previously drilled.
Right. And for these lease line wells, where's the pad location going to be?
The pad is located in the southwest quarter of section 16, and we'll drill all of the units, all 3 proposed units from the single location.
Including the lease line wells?
Correct.
And Laura, if this application is approved, will Formentera cooperate with other working interest owners in the proposed spacing units?
Yes.
No further questions for Ms. Lynn, and move for admission of the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
The next witness, will be Mr. Walker Ligon.
Yes.
Mr. Ligon, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay.
Walker, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and in what capacity, and your work address, please?
Yeah. My name is Walker Ligon. I'm a geologist for Formentera Operations, and our address is here at 300 Colorado in Austin, Texas.
And Walker, are you personally familiar with the geology matters in this application 32872?
Yes.
And Walker, have you previously had your qualifications been received by the commission as that of an expert?
Yes.
I move to have Mr. Ligon's testimony this morning be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
All right, Walker, have you prepared or caused to be prepared the geology exhibits for this application this morning?
Yes.
And Walker, if you would turn to Exhibit 5, please describe the structure of the top middle Bakken underlying the spacing units and the proposed spacing unit outline for this application.
Sure. So Exhibit 5 shows a structure map of the top of the Middle Bakken Formation, with warm colors being shallow to the north and cooler colors being deeper to the south, with a dip of about 1 degree. And as you can see, our pilot hole is highlighted right there as the Texaco Redland next to the proposed spacing units.
Great. And turning to Exhibit 6, can you please describe the contents of the type log and the cross-section and the characteristics of the Middle Bakken Formation and the upper Three Forks?
Sure. So this is the type log as mentioned on the last exhibit, the Texaco Redland. As you can see, it's highlighted that the Middle Bakken Formation in this area of interest is about 60 foot thick. And then the next target, which is going to be the upper Three Forks Formation, is about 20 foot thick.
And are the reservoir characteristics for proposed spacing units shown on Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And is the Middle Bakken and upper Three Forks formations present continuous across the entire proposed spacing units, both of them?
Yes.
No further questions for Mr. Ligon, and move for admission of the geology exhibits 5 and 6.
Motion's granted. Exhibits are admitted into the record. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing no questions, you may call your next witness.
Next witness is Ms. Kim Lava.
Ms. Lava, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true, correct, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, Kim, good morning. Can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and in what capacity, and your work address?
Good morning. My name is Kim Lava, and I'm employed by Formentera Operations as a reservoir engineer, and I work at 300 Colorado in Austin, Texas.
And Kim, have you are you personally familiar with the engineering matters that are the subject of this application 32872?
Yes, sir.
And have you had your qualifications been received as that of an expert in petroleum engineering?
Yes, sir.
I move to have Ms. Lava's testimony for this morning's hearing be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
All right, Kim, have you prepared or caused to be prepared the exhibits for this hearing?
Yes.
Can you please turn with me to Exhibit 7? And using Exhibit 7, can you please describe Formentera's proposed development plan for the North Lease Line Unit comprising sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16 and 17, and 161 North, 97 West?
Sure. So this graph to the right shows our proposed 3840 acre spacing unit with the lease line well denoted in the dotted purple line as a Three Forks well. And this will go next to the pad that we're developing will be centered between two Middle Bakken wells. And the pad that we're developing is going to be in the, as Laura said, the southwest quarter of section 16. And we'll be drilling the dotted purple and the dotted green lines of the Three Forks and Middle Bakken alongside the wells in the sections 4, 9, and 16, also in the dotted green and purple lines.
Okay, turning to Exhibit 8, can you describe Formentera's proposed development plan for the South Lease Line Unit?
Sure. So this graphic shows the purple dotted and green dotted lines that we'll be drilling again from that same pad to the north this time in section 16. And it also shows the existing wells that we've already drilled and started producing in sections 21, 28, and 33, the Wildcat Hollow wells that are drilled from an adjacent pad in section 16.
And turning with me now to Exhibit 9, can you describe, please, Formentera's wellbore diagram for the wells proposed in this these spacing units?
Sure. So these wellbore diagrams are using the next door well as reference, the Wildcat Hollow 512, where it's pretty straightforward. We're going to be drilling 3-mile laterals using plug and perf with 80 to 105 stages and pretty normal depths here, as Walker mentioned. But both of these wells are, both of the lease line wells will be in the Three Forks rather than the Middle Bakken.
Okay, so basically the same diagram for the Three Forks, just a different TVD.
Yeah, just slightly different TVDs for each well, since one's up dip and one's down dip.
Great. And looking at now with me, please, exhibits 10 and 11, can you please discuss the economics for the wells and these proposed lease line units?
Sure. So these economics are both for the Three Forks, since both laterals are planned in the Three Forks. The only major difference between these two plots is actually going to be the working interests in NRIs that are denoted in the very first few slides that Laura showed. So that's the only reason the economics are a bit different. And as far as the EUR and The rates, they're going to be exactly the same for both of these exhibits, but what you're looking at is Exhibit 10 is the unit to the south, the Three Forks lateral there.
Where you have the
And
larger
then-
working interest.
Where we have a slightly higher working interest, yes, sir, the 50.59.
I'm sorry, go ahead. And then the second one
And
is
then exhibit 11 shows the lower working interest, 38.96. But all other properties are the same as far as we know right now.
Thank you. And Kim, would you turn now with me, please, to Exhibit 12? Can you please describe the affidavit for the Fraser gas capture plan?
This denotes that we will be capturing all of the gas that we possibly can and sending it to One Oak per our, what do they call it? Allocation to One Oak. Sorry, there's a term I'm missing there. That we promised basically our gas to them.
Right, that's quite all right. And Kim, in your opinion, your expert opinion, will Formentera's proposed spacing and operations in these units protect correlative rights of owners, prevent waste, and avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Slava and move for admission of the engineering exhibits.
Motion is granted. The exhibits will be admitted into the record. Any questions from staff?
Kim, just confirming your Three Forks target is the Three Forks first bench target as indicated by Walker on his exhibits?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to clarify for the record here. So these lease lines, both of these lease line wells will be batch drilled with the infill development on the 1920 of 4, 9, and 16.
Kim, would you like to address that question?
Can you repeat the question?
So when you go to drill the 1920 wells on 4, 9, and 16, do you plan to drill these lease line wells at the same time?
That's correct. Yes.
And then looking at Exhibit 8, it looks like your bottom hole and intermediate casing points are flip-flopped.
They shouldn't be. No, they're drilling from north to south.
I'm sorry, on Exhibit 7.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'll
You
just
caught me.
note that for the record. Thank you.
They are flip-flop. Apologies.
We can actually submit an amended exhibit if
Yeah, I can
That's not
change those.
necessary.
if needed.
Okay. Thank you.
And when's your development timeline for this area?
We plan to spud these wells, I think in October of this year.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, if you do plan on submitting replacement exhibits, we can keep the record open in this case until June 4th, if you'd like.
Hearing that it's not necessary, Kim, do you guys want to submit a revised Exhibit 7?
I mean, I can. It's not a big deal if we need that.
Sure. We'll go ahead and do that just to keep the record accurate.
Anything else in this case,
Yeah.
counsel?
No, Mr. Examiner.
All right, that will conclude the hearing for case number 32872.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case on the docket is case number 32880. Counsel, do you have any?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, Aaron Bieber, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of
Phoenix Operating LLC, in this case number 32880. Mr. Examiner, I'd like to note that 32880 and the next case 32881 on the docket are both lease line wells, one to the east and one to the west of the same base unit. And just for
so 32881 and 32704.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So we'll
No,
just walk
three-
back everything you
Yeah,
said.
yeah, we'll just walk.
We'll stick with case number 32880.
Correct. That in isolation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got those two numbers mixed up, but we'll be asking for that on the next.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Case number 32880 is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Wild Rose Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprising sections 28, 29, 32, and 33 in Township 160 North, Range 97 West in Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit and or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, Aaron Beaver, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC in this matter. This morning, we have three witnesses, in this case number 32880, Mr. Justin Arnn for land, Topher Lewis for geology, and Eric Shivy for engineering. First, I'd like to call Mr. Arnn.
All right, Mr. Arnn, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Justin, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and in what capacity, and your work address, please?
Sure. My name is Justin Arnn. I'm the Chief Land and Title Officer for Phoenix Operating LLC, and the address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And Justin, are you personally familiar with the land matters that are subject to this application?
Yes, I am.
And have you previously had your qualifications have been received by the commission as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
I've moved to have Mr. Arnn's testimony this morning be received as that of an expert in this hearing.
Your motion is granted.
Justin, have you prepared or caused to be prepared the land exhibits for this morning's hearing?
Yes, I have.
All right. Turning with me now to Exhibit L1, can you please describe Phoenix's proposed spacing unit on the regional map?
Certainly. L1 is the regional map showing our proposed overlap spacing unit consisting of sections 28, 29, 30, and 32 of Township 160 North, Range 97 West, there in Divide County, North Dakota.
Thank you. Turning to L2, can you please explain Phoenix's proposed unit plan map?
Certainly. What we have on L2 is sort of visual diagram of the two underlying spacing units, that consisting of sections 28 and 33 of Township 160 North, 97 West, that being the Justin Troy unit currently operated by Kraken, and then sections 29 and 32, also 160 North, 97 West, currently spaced as a 2-mile unit. With it, Phoenix plans to operate, and yeah, that's what that is.
Okay. Turning to Exhibit L3, can you please describe the general unit composition and general working ownership?
Absolutely. L3 basically is meant to discuss any state, federal, or BIA interests located in the proposed unit. You can see that there is state interest in the what we're calling R4H in the amount of 240 acres. All of that is leased. And in our base unit, that being simply sections 29 and 32, there's also 80 acres of state of North Dakota interest also leased. There's no federal interest and no BIA interest in our proposed unit here.
All right, thank you. Looking at Exhibit L4, can you please describe the working interest ownership in the proposed lease line spacing?
Certainly. L4 begins with a working interest ownership of all four sections. We'll show an L4A that divides it up by the underlying pools. But in any case, you can see that Phoenix Energy's working interest is currently 28.35% in the proposed overlap, with Kraken owning 37.5%. They have 960 acres in their 1280 right now. You've also got Whiting and some other working interest owners. And then as we progress to Exhibit L4A, we did more of a recapitulation table on L4A where we begin to discuss, where we go into the individual units so that you can see our Hobbit base unit, 29 and 32, where Phoenix has 56.71% of that unit, and then that Justin Troy unit, which would be part of the overlap, where Kraken has 75%. Finally, down at the bottom of that exhibit, you're just going to see Phoenix's working interest in each of the sections within our base unit. So 57% in section 32, and then 55% in section 29.
And with the unleased owners, is Phoenix still working to lease some of those interests?
Absolutely.
And if this proposed spacing is approved, will Phoenix cooperate with other working interest owners in the proposed spacing if approved for drilling?
Most definitely.
And Justin, turning to just briefly Exhibit E5, did you execute the gas capture affidavit listed as Exhibit E5?
Yes, I did.
No further questions for Mr. Arnn, and move for admission of the land exhibits.
Motion's granted. Exhibits are accepted into the record. Any questions from staff?
Just in section 29 and 32 that we have on record, that's a Whiting well. Have you guys worked with them? Who's operating that well? And I guess you guys have the majority of the working interest in that unit currently. Tell us a little about what's going on there.
Certainly. My understanding is that Whiting well was plugged and abandoned.
Okay.
It stopped producing in 2020. That's the Ames 1532. Once the lease is expired from lack of production, and this was about, I think we started leasing in there, maybe about a year and a half ago. I think Phoenix started to go and release all the interest in that unit. Currently, Whiting, in fact, Cord recently spaced just south of their 4-mile unit. I don't think that they expect that they're the operator of this 29 and 32 any longer. So,
they do under, I guess, your Exhibit L4A. So that's your, I guess, recapitulation of what this looks like afterwards.
Yes, sir.
They have 12.5. They still have 12.5% interest in that particular unit.
They do, but I believe that 12.5% that Whiting owns were leases that were held by production from Associated Lands. That even when the Ames well was basically no longer producing, could no longer hold the leases, Whiting is still able to hold at least that portion of the leases still with production from other lands, given that the leases were larger than just those sections.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, you may call your next witness.
Next witness is Mr. Topher Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that testimony you're about to give in this matter is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Topher, good morning. Can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and your work address, please?
Yeah, Topher Lewis, geologist for Phoenix Energy. Address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado.
And are you personally familiar with the geology matters that are the subject of this application 32880?
Yes, I am.
And have you had your qualifications previously received by the commission as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
I move to have Mr. Lewis's testimony this morning be received as that of an expert.
Your motion is granted.
Right. Topher, have you prepared or caused to be prepared the geology exhibits for this morning's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Could you please turn with me to G1? Can you please describe the structure of the middle block and underlying the spacing unit, and the proposed spacing outline in the application?
Sure. Yeah. G1 structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale, subsurface TVD. The contour interval is in 20 feet. In this area, the structure is dipping to the south. The red outline is our proposed 2560 overlapping spacing unit. In addition to that, the gold line is a two-well cross-section illustrating our type log, which in this case is the well to the south, the A prime.
And looking at now Exhibit G2, can you describe the contents of the type log, the cross-section, and the characteristics of the Bakken Shale?
Sure. Yeah, the upper portion is the two-well cross-section with the type log A to A prime, displaying the basic triple combo logs, gamma ray, resistivity, porosity. In addition to that, the black line is what we use for the generalized stratigraphy in the area. For both these, or for this overlapping spacing, that we're going to be targeting the Middle Bakken for this. And in this case, the type log we're using is the Roston 29-1, the right well, and then the reservoir properties for that log are in the table below that we use for the economics and the later exhibits.
And Topher, is the Middle Bakken present and contiguous across the entire proposed spacing unit?
Yes, it is.
No further questions for Mr. Lewis, and move for admission of the geology exhibits.
Motion is granted. Exhibits will be accepted into the record. Any questions from staff? Right, hearing none, you may call our next witness.
Thank you. Next witness is Mr. Eric Shivy.
Mr. Shivy, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Eric, good morning. Can you please state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and your work address, please?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Eric Shivy. I work for Phoenix Energy as Vice President of Corporate Reserves and Reservoir Engineering. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
Thank you. And are you personally familiar with the engineering matters that are subject to this application?
Yes, I am.
Have you had your qualifications been previously received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Move for admission of Mr. Shivy's testimony be received as that of an expert.
The motion's granted.
Eric, have you prepared or caused to be prepared the engineering exhibits for this application?
I have.
Okay, looking with me at Exhibit E1, can you please describe Phoenix's proposed wellbore diagram for the proposed spacing?
Yes, this is our standard three-string wellbore schematic diagram we use in the Williston Basin. We cement 4.5-inch liner in place and complete via plug and perf, as this is planned as a 2-mile lateral. It would complete it with 40 to 50 frac stages, approximately 1,000 pounds per foot of sand concentration.
Thank you. E2, can you describe using E2 Phoenix's proposed development plan for this spacing?
Yes, for this 2560 acre spacing unit we're talking about, I have that dashed line going down the sections lines. It will be drilled in the lease line corridor between sections 28, 29, 32, and 33. I have the denoted the surface location for the pad in the west of the northeast there, and also that the old abandoned well, the Ames well, plugged in May of 2021 is shown there in section 29 and 32.
All right. Turning now, turning to Exhibit 4, just as a housekeeping matter, there is no Exhibit 3 here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so turning to Exhibit 4, can you please describe the well economics for the well in this proposed spacing?
Yes, so the top table briefly discussed that. These are the reserves. The first 4 lines kind of describe our ARPS parameter used to define the oil decline. Approximately 25,000 barrels of oil per month is the initial rate. Declines at 75.2% with a B factor of 0.7. GOR in the area anticipated is 1.3 MCF per barrel. That yields an EUR of about 320 MBO for the well. And then the second table below is our economics. 5-year strip on oil and gas have been approximately $70 WTI and $3.50 Henry Hub. DNC cost approximately $7.2 million. And when I call the gross economics, assuming 100% working interest and 80% delivered NRI, the net revenue is $7.2 million. That yields a PV10 of approximately $2.8 million with an internal rate of return of 39%.
All right, Eric, in turning to Exhibit E5, is that the gas capture affidavit that Mr. Arnn had previously testified about?
Yes, it is.
And Eric, in your opinion, if will Phoenix's proposed spacing and operations in this unit, if granted by the commission, protect correlative rights of owners, prevent waste, and avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions for Mr. Chivy, and move for admission of the engineering exhibits.
Motion is granted. The exhibits will be accepted into the record. Any questions from staff?
When's the planned development date?
Actually, this is a little further out in their drill schedule, beyond 2028. But Nathan, we do have all three of our rigs in this area in the second half of this year, and so we're looking at working this pad into those drilling plans. So maybe even as early as 2027.
And will this well be drilled in conjunction with, I guess, the wells in section 29 and 32?
That's correct. Yes, I don't show the development plans for the additional wells in sections 29 and 32, but it would be batch drilled and completed with those wells. Yes.
On the same pad.
On the same pad, correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none. Anything further, council?
No, Mr. Examiner.
That will conclude the hearing for case number 32880. Next case on the docket is case number 32881.
Yeah, Mr. Examiner, this application is for a lease line well for a base unit that is actually the same base unit as a lease line well that is the subject of application 32704. So I would move that both cases 32881 and 32704 would be heard the same, as the geology and engineering exhibits are virtually identical, with the land exhibits being the differing factor there.
All right, your motion will be granted. I will treat these cases as being consolidated. And I'll read both cases into the record, and then you can begin. Excuse me. Case number 32881 is an application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandall and or Bull Butte Bakken pool to establish an overlapping approximate 3840 acre spacing unit comprising sections 29, 30, 31, and 32 in Township 157 North, Range 103 West, and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 156 North, Range 104 West in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit and are granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 32704 is a continued application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandall Bull Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 5760 acre spacing unit comprising sections 28, 29, 32, and 33 in Township 157 North, Range 103 West, and sections 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, and 12 in Township 156 North, Range 104 West in Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit and are granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Aaron Beaver.
Mr. Examiner, I would like to make a request before we get started here. So as Mr. Beaver stated, these are lease lines on either side of a stand-up 3,200 acre spacing unit, and that was case 31999, heard in August 27th of 2025. I would request that we incorporate the record of that case into these cases so that we can consider that testimony when looking at these.
All right, that request will be granted. Anything else from staff before we begin? Okay, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Aaron Beaver, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC in this matter. We have the same three witnesses as the previous hearing, and I believe they're still all under oath.
Yes, they are, and I'll just remind them again that they are under oath. And declare first witness.
Yep. First witness is Mr. Justin Arn. Justin, are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to these two applications? The land matters?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared the exhibits for both applications for this morning's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so looking at exhibit L1 for 32881, is that the lease line well on the west side, or is that the west lease line unit?
Okay, so starting with case 32881, exhibit L1. This is our Davy Drill West lease line. Unfortunately, as I just noticed the error now, looking down at it, this is L1 as case 32881. I do actually see that the area in red shaded there includes sections 29, 30, 31, and 32 of Township 157 North 103 West, as well as sections 2 and 3 of Township 156 104 West. The error here is that red line should extend down simply one more section into 1011. Apologize for that. We can correct the record with a supplement if necessary, but I wanted to point that out right away. And then moving on to case 32704, which is Phoenix's Davy Drill East lease line. You can see this consists of sections 28, 29, 32, and 33 of 157 North 103 West, as well as sections 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, and 12, also of 156 North 104 West. So again, two lease lines, two overlaps, one on each side of our base unit, which a little tough to tell here, but we'll see on the next exhibit what that base unit consists of, I believe.
Right. Thank you. And turning to that next exhibit for both applications, exhibit L2, can you please explain Phoenix's proposed unit plan map for both applications, please?
Certainly. And let's just start with identifying that base unit. The base unit that I think was already brought up as case 31999, that's been incorporated into the record, consists of sections 29 and 32 of 157 North 103 West, and then sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 of 156 North 104 West. You can see on both diagrams of L2 that shows up in blue on both diagrams. That is our base unit that was heard here before the commission in August. And then as we expand out to show the actual lease lines, I'll start with 32881. This is our west lease line, a little novel. What we have here is we're pooling sections 30 and 31 of 157 North 103 West. That being the Ione Barstad unit that's currently being operated by Kraken. That's contains about 640 acres. Those are very short sections along the Montana line that we believe our lease line well would pool into, and therefore want to include it in this western pool. As we move to case 32704, we can see that this is our east lease line, which simply pools two additional underlying units, that being sections 28 and 33 of Township 157 North 103 West, and sections 1 and 12 of Township 156 North, I believe that's 104 West. The 28 and 33 being Kraken's Ivan Hoff unit, and then Cord has a Jenna unit, the 1280 there, that our lease line well would pool into. So this is going to be a long explanation, I think. Sorry, guys.
Exhibit L3, first looking at the west lease line in 32881. next with the east lease line in 32704.
Sure. Starting with the 32881, what we're identifying is first the base unit there on the right, 29, 32, 2, 3, 10, and 11. And what we're identifying here is always federal and state and BIA interests. What we can see here is that there are BIA interests, significant BIA interests in Section 11 of Township 156 North, 104 West. Phoenix has been actively trying to lease those for the last year and was successfully awarded those leases in the last, I want to say it was in the last 3 to 4 weeks. We finally got those awarded to us, pending payment to the BIA. Those leases will be issued to Phoenix, I believe, in the next month or two now at this time, because we've won the bid and we feel confident about it. There is actually a co-tenancy lease, small, about 20 acres, so it's at 12.5%. So it's not, they don't own the full fee. So technically, if Phoenix was to fail to get that lease, we could still drill through. That's not our intention. We are actively chasing that lease. That one has not yet been awarded to Phoenix, but I did just get notice today that we had the correct number of allottees that have signed on to our lease offer, and we expect to get that leased here shortly too. Maybe a little bit after. That may be 3 or 4 months down the road. But in any case, I'm identifying that because that's the main gist of what we're talking about with regards to federal interests and state interests on these lands. And then as we move to the recap for the Davy Drill, the 1HF, which is our actual lease line, what we can see is that there's also a BIA tract there in Section 30 that is leased and has been producing for quite a while. And then moving on to case 32704, back to the east lease line, guys. I'm not going to go through the base unit again because I just talked about it. What we can see is that there's also BIA tracts there in Section 28 of 157 North 103, that being in Kraken's currently producing unit. That is leased and producing and has been for as long as the Ivanhoe unit has been producing. So,
thank you, Justin, for walking us through that. Looking at now Exhibit L4 for both applications, starting with 32881. Can you please describe the working interest in both proposed units?
Certainly. So Exhibit L4, and you'll notice that there's once again an L4A that does a per unit sort of recap. But again, working just with the west lease line, the first page, L4, what we can see is that Phoenix currently has 43% of the working interest in the unit. Kraken has 14%, being the HBP interest that they have in their sections 30 and 31 that we're attempting to pool. There are other working interest owners, and there is still a significant amount of unleased mineral owners still in that base unit. From a title perspective, that unit has been fairly choppy to run and attempt to lease, but we have been leasing there actively. We continue to lease there actively, and we expect that our working interest numbers, both in the base and in both of these lease lines, will increase as we continue to lease owners in that unit. So, and then as we move to L4A, we have a little bit better idea of where all that interest is coming from. So you can see that up at the top, again, our Davy Drill base unit, where Phoenix has just over 50%. And then we've got those unleased mineral owners there. And one thing to note, by the way, those unleased mineral owners, they haven't that large amount of BIA interest, which I think is about 400 and almost 500 acres that you saw in the earlier exhibit. That hasn't yet been credited. I haven't credited that to us in here. So this 50% that you see here is going to increase dramatically as soon as I pay for those, which is going to be very shortly. And then that goes into our column. So it's going to be an extra, I think, 480 acres going into the Phoenix column once I actually get those leases in hand. I prefer to not tell you that I have them. I'm getting them. So in any case, so that's what's going on there. And then we've got the working interest in the Ione Barstad unit, where Kraken is obviously the majority working interest owner by far, with a couple of other owners. And then finally, we have a section by section breakout of Phoenix's interest in the base unit there. And that pretty much covers 32881. Same situation with case 32704. Exhibit L4 is going to start with the overall working interest for the entire unit that we're attempting to pool here. You can see that Phoenix owns 28% of the working interest. Again, that number is going to increase as I move that BIA interest back into Phoenix as soon as I have that hot little lease in hand. And then we've also got Oasis with a significant amount of interest, 27%, Kraken with 11%. And then moving on to L4A of our East lease line, that being 32704. You can see there we have it broken out by the individual underlying units, with our base unit, Phoenix's base unit, where we own 50.41% now, and then Cord having a significant interest, obviously, both in their Jenna unit, and they actually have a significant interest in the Ivanhoff unit as well. So that pretty much hopefully covers that.
And those leasing efforts that Phoenix continues to make, that will positively impact, or should positively impact, the working interest on both of these lease line well units.
Absolutely.
Justin, if Phoenix is awarded these two separate applications, will they cooperate with other working interest owners in the proposed lease line spacing units that were approved for drilling?
Yes, we will.
And looking at Exhibit E5 on both applications, both 32881 and 32704, just turning with me real quick, did you execute those gas capture affidavits on E5?
Yes, I did.
No further questions for Mr. Arnn, and move for admission of the land exhibits in both matters 32881 and 32704.
Motion's granted. Exhibits will be admitted into the record. Any questions from staff? All right, hearing none, you may call our next witness.
Next witness is Topher Lewis. Topher, you are still under oath. Are you personally familiar with the geology matters that are the subject of both of these applications?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared, or caused to be prepared, the geology exhibits for both of these applications?
Yes, I did.
Looking at G1 in both 32881 and 32704, can you please describe the structure of the Middle Bakken underlying these spacing units and the proposed spacing units outlined for these applications, please?
Yes, G1 structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale, subsurface TBD, contour interval of 20 feet. And for both of these, the structure is dipping to the south. In 32881, you can see the red proposed outline, our 3830 spacing unit of 2930, 31 and 32 of 157, 103, and then sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 of 156, 103. And then just note, when you look at 32704, that outline changes. It's the 5888, including the units to the east. But the type log that we use, which is the gold line illustrated in this, is identical for both. So when we go to G2, all those parameters are identical, even though G1 is slightly different for both.
Okay, and just taking a quick look at G2, can you please describe the contents, the type log cross-section, and the characteristics of the Bakken Shale?
Yeah, G2, the upper portion, 2-well cross-section. The logs we're using are basic triple combo. I guess I decided to excite things a little bit, and I used color fill instead of black and white on this one. But again, our black lines are general stratigraphy, illustrating that the Bakken and the Three Forks are present here in the subsurface. And in this case, we use the Lamar 1-8. That's the well on the left for the reservoir properties, and those properties are summarized in the bottom table, and that's what we'll use in the subsequent engineering exhibits.
And Topher, for both of these applications, is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across the entire proposed spacing units, both of them?
Yes, for both of them, it's about 35 to 40 feet thick.
No further questions for Mr. Lewis, and offer the geology exhibits in both applications.
Exhibits are admitted, or your motion is granted. Exhibits are admitted into the record. Any questions from staff? Hearing none, you may call your last witness.
Last witness is Mr. Eric Shivey. Eric, you're still under oath. Are you personally familiar with the engineering matters that are subject to both these applications, 32881 and 32704?
Yes, I am.
And do you prepare or cause to be prepared the exhibits for both applications?
I have.
Eric, can you please take a look at Exhibit E1 to describe Phoenix's wellbore diagram?
Yes, the E1 will be identical for both cases. This is our standard 3-string casing design we use in the Williston Basin. The 4.5-inch liner is cemented in place as these are proposed 4-mile laterals. They'll complete the plug and perf approximately 100 to 110 frac stages in each well.
And turning to Exhibit E2 for both applications, which will be a little bit different, can you please, starting with 32881?
Yes, correct. The only real difference between the cases is that will be that red outline indicating the lease line corridors. As we're talking here of 32881 here, I have that is that purple line denoted as our western lease line there, kind of riding the sections lines between 29, 32, 30, and 31. And what we're doing here is the gray lines there are the original case that was brought up right at the beginning of the meeting, 3199. I will note we applied for 4 wells originally in that August hearing. As we looked at this more, we realized we can space 5 wells here 1,320 feet apart. And that really gives that western lease line, 30 and 31 are kind of like, you can't, the way that existing well is located in those 2 sections, it would be very difficult to put an in-unit well there. So this is an opportunity for sections in 30 and 31 to, get more oil from those 2 sections. So that western lease line, and then 32704 is the eastern lease line there denoted in blue. And again, I talked about where at the hills were 1320 apart, and as we fan out across that, call it section and a half width at the bottom, we're approximately 840 feet apart at the bottom, so evenly spacing out the 5 laterals in the fan.
And Eric, are these going to be batch drilled?
This would be batch drilled and completed, and you'll note I have in the northwest quarter of section 29 in the center of that is our proposed pad location, so we'd be drilling these north to south.
Yep, and taking a look at Exhibit E, well, there is no Exhibit E3, correct?
Apologies, I apparently can't count to 1 to 5.
That's quite a lot, right? Exhibit E4, can you please just describe the well economics for both wells?
Yes, the top table again that describes our ARPS parameter used for the oil reserve, so it's approximately 730 MBO per well. That's an implied 34, 35 barrel per foot. Average GOR in the area anticipated about 1.1, and the economics listed below, again, we're assuming flat $70 oil and $3.50 gas. D&C cost of approximately $11.76 million per well. 8/8 economics, again, assuming a 20% royalty, yields a PV10 of approximately $8.6 million per well. That's a realized internal rate of return of approximately 42%, undiscounted payout of approximately 2 years.
And Eric, E4 in both applications are identical.
Good point. Yes, those are completely identical.
Great. And looking at Exhibit E5 for both applications, 32881 and 32704, is that the gas capture affidavit that Mr. Arnn?
That's correct.
Right about. Okay. And in both cases, Eric, in your professional opinion, will Phoenix's proposed spacing and operations in these 2 lease line units protect correlative rights of owners, prevent waste, and avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions for Mr. Shivey, and a move for admission of the engineering exhibits.
Your motion is granted. Exhibits will be accepted into the record. Questions from staff?
Eric.
Yes.
Bear with me. I'm going to try to do my best to make this make sense. I want to start with Exhibit E2 in 32881.
Okay.
I want to point out, I believe the red outline is incorrect on this one, correct? It should be the other outline.
Yeah, as this is the Western Well,
Yep.
you are absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a revised exhibit on that one, just because this is already a little messy. So I want that one revised.
It is correct, however, I will point out in the other case, correct,
It is.
32704.
Yes.
Apologies for that.
No, I just want to make sure we have a clean record on this one. All right, so we'll revise the exhibit there. With respect to the original application, so I'm stepping back to the original case, not these
Right,
two.
so
just one.
3199 in August.
You had proposed it was 4 wells, including this westernmost well that's currently being proposed to be inside that larger spacing unit, right?
We've pushed that Western Well that was in unit now to kind of a lease
To the
line
edge,
unit.
so it's
Yeah, and really for an opportunity, as I said, to get more oil from 30 and 31.
okay. So in doing that, you end up with what is about half of that 4-mile lateral that is effectively a lease line well between 30, 31, and 29 and 32.
Correct. That would be a lease line.
And the remainder of that lateral ends up on your larger spacing unit.
Correct. The base unit, if you will. Right.
Do you, and this might be a question for Justin, do you have an idea how you plan to allocate production for that well? With it being half lease line, and because let me that's the base question, but I want to elaborate just a little bit. Because half of that well is going to be a lease line well and half of it's going to be on the spacing unit, I don't know. I think we have to address it in some way, or the well doesn't justify being on either spacing unit solely.
Right. I follow that. I'm trying to think here. I think what half of it would be allocate half the production between 29, 30, 31, and 32, and probably the other half of the production would be 2, 3, 10, and 11 of the other township.
Well, Eric, it
the unit does. Oh, yeah, the base unit does include 9 and 32 in that.
Eric does, or I guess Jessica could answer this too. Does Phoenix plan to allocate production from this west lease line well, inclusive of 3, 10, 29, 32, 2, and 11?
We didn't plan on any allocation of production outside of an acre by acre basis.
Right.
Right. So that's how I plan to allocate it. I understand that, 3 and 10 haven't seen any production. And that, in fact, sections 30 and 31 have seen production through this entire period of time. But that being said, we didn't see any good way to do it, quite frankly. I can't think of one here, and it's not something that we had evaluated as a viable option. So I think, again, when we looked at it, it was going to be on an acre per acre basis based on the size of the unit.
Eric, was it, I guess, speak a little bit to the advantage, at least as far from an engineering perspective and with withdrawing hydrocarbons from the ground, why Phoenix elected to place this west lease line well on the lease line as opposed to east of that?
In unit, again, I think I touched on that, Aaron. It's just an opportunity really to get some more production from sections 30 and 31 and ultimately, evenly spaced 5 wells across, the northern part of this unit.
So the most production that Phoenix is going to be able to get is placing that well there.
Right. And I think, Aaron, too, we're drilling all this, developing it as all 4-mile wells. There are, no 2-well, wells planned. So
what about like an alternative? Did Phoenix explore alternatives with drilling just a 2-mile well in 3 and 10, similar to 30 and 31, the way Kraken did it up there?
No, I believe in section 11 there in the south, there's our BIE trust lands. That's, we chose a pad location in the north to avoid for, issues down there that, hold up permitting. And actually, in Aaron, I think it's just like a lot of the units to the south, I think, where can I look? Like, apologies, I don't have those like readily in front of me. L1, like if you look there to the south, that sections 14, 15, 24, and 25. Oh, yeah, it shows like really clearly more on L2 in the bottom northwest part of that diagram, section 14 there. That one well there holds, that 1920, if you will. They set up a 1920 spacing unit for those, 4 sections there. The 2 full 640s, and then there's 2 320s. So again, that was like kind of an effort back in the day to, incorporate these all as one unit. So we try to honor that in the southern part of this development plan. I know it is an odd layout. I do grant you that, with the state just being to the west too.
I mean,
state line.
Is Phoenix getting basically the same amount of hydrocarbons out of 3 and 10 with its proposed lease line?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay, and ultimately, from an engineering perspective, did you deem it between gaining the greatest ultimate recovery along with well economics, this to be the best way to set up this well?
Yeah, again, I think I was touching on that a little bit. It's like, it's the pad development of the overall. We're drilling, 4-mile laterals, 5 from a single pad, weighing that against maybe, some 2-mile wells or some other alternative. This seemed to be the best in terms of, batch drilling, economics, yielding the best rate of return.
Okay, and this question is either for Justin or Eric. So Phoenix plans to allocate production to sections 30 and 31 because the placement of that well, in order to get the most efficient economic hydrocarbons out of the ground, is within that lease line corridor.
That's correct. It is within the lease line corridor.
And ultimately, 31 and 30 are going to share with the other acres the same way that sections 3 and 10 are, because the way Eric and the well is configured within sections 3 and 10 is the most economic way to get at the hydrocarbons in these odd shaped sections.
Correct. Again, yeah, the batch drilling I was talking about, and drilling 4-mile laterals.
Does that answer your question?
It answers the questions in my mind on prevention of waste. What I'm struggling with is the correlative rights of 30 and 31, and adding in the production of 3 and 10. So if you were to do that on an acre by acre basis, in a normal situation, 30 and 31 would split the purple well on Exhibit E2 50-50 if this was a lease line well. In this case, for those 2 miles, in this case, those 2 sections acreage get pulled in with all of the acreage, right? And so their proportionate share goes down significantly. And so it's not the prevention of waste. That it's very creative. I like it. This is good. It's the correlative rights of, in my mind, that particular wellbore. But
well, I guess so. Question for Justin: would it be possible for this lease line well, if drilled, ultimately, share the same unit, but allocation from the south half of the wellbore be allocated on a different basis than the north half of it?
No, not on a wellbore basis. I don't think so. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was confused there. No, I think it's possible. So if I thought about that in that particular well and how that would move down through the well bore, yeah, I think we'd have to do a lot more thinking as to like what proportion that would need to be, quite frankly, because it doesn't pop out in my mind immediately as to exactly like what proportion of it, like that 30 and 31 would actually be allocated if it wasn't allocated on an acre by acre basis. I think from our point of view, you know, 30 and 31 is basically uneconomic going forward. Like it hasn't been pooled with 29 and 32, and unless it is, like sections, and I think Shivy pointed to this earlier, down in the south of 156, 104, he was referring to sections 14, 23, 15, and 22. That sort of 19, 20, but it's actually a 12, 80. That's all pooled together. And so it's kind of blocked in, as you see, and this is sort of what we've been dealing with. But you know, I think that that's just sort of at this point, 30 and 31 are stranded. And there's no, I don't think any operator, and we haven't talked to Kraken, but we're an operator, and we know that I wouldn't go in, and I don't think Reservoir would advise us to go in and infill 30 and 31 anytime soon, just based on economics. So it was always, this lease line was always an attempt to get at as much of 3 and 10 as we possibly could, to make sure that, again, we've already addressed the waste part, but while at the same time addressing the fact that we are crossing into an underlying pool, we are paying these people their proportionate share of production, I think on an acre by acre basis. And I think sort of when you look at this particular pool as a single box on the west side, it actually makes sense on an acre by acre basis. Like it's literally just a single box, essentially with a well going right down the middle. It's really not like, we're entering into some fort and there's some section over here that doesn't make sense. It really does more look like a box where the production should be allocated that way, to me.
Have you had conversations with Kraken about this?
About this particular well?
Mm-hmm.
We have not.
Council, I think we need to take a short recess and gather our thoughts on questions and see if we can consolidate them or figure out what other steps we need to take.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll go off the record a little before 1, and we'll be back in hopefully about 10 minutes. All right, we will go back on the record. It's 1:10 p.m., May 28th. First issue I want to address is, or open the floor to staff regarding a question relating to this record in these two cases and case number 31999. Do you have a question that you want to pose?
I would like to request that in some manner we are able to get the testimony and records from these two cases, 32881 and 32704, into the record for 31999.
And right now, case number 31999 is the record's closed. So, council, do you have an idea as to how we might do that?
My initial thought would be the primary concern would be notice to third parties and insertion of an already closed record. I'm wondering if we can republish the application and put it on the administrative docket for next month's hearings. I mean, as an initial thought.
I would just throw out that our administrative docket is pretty well reserved for very specific case types, but, you know, if we did put it on next month's docket, it wouldn't necessarily mean that we would have to rehear all of the testimony. We could just call it and explain and do the incorporation.
It would be for that purpose only. It would
Right.
not be for examination of any witnesses or offering of any testimony, but solely as a procedural mechanism to ultimately incorporate one record into the other.
So I've been told it might not make the June.
Justin, when's your planned development date for this area?
I could tell you this is on our drill schedule for end of June of next year, so end of Q2 next year.
Thank you.
Yes.
Then I guess the suggestion would be that if that procedural mechanism could be utilized, that we could put it on the being the
next
reapplication, or the it'd be 31999 back on to provide notice, and we could submit an application to incorporate these two records into that application, and that would be the substance of the both the notice and the application. That way, third parties and due process could be fully vetted. People would see it and ultimately could go back to this hearing and examine this evidence as presented here, that evidence as presented there, and then ultimately the application would be a procedural mechanism to combine them. Seems to make sense to me. But
And then if someone had any issues with that, it could be remanded back to the primary
correct
July docket.
Yeah, whether at July's docket or
That sounds.
It would just be on the July docket. So if someone did show up, we would be able to hear their testimony.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good plan for question number one. How about question number two?
All right, so I'm going to do my best to lay this out. We are going to request a supplemental exhibit or write-up or materials, however you want to try to answer this as best you can. To be clear, there are a couple things complicating the evaluation here. One being that we're dealing with short sections on the Montana border that have been included with full sections neighboring them. And two being that we're dealing with a well bore that is effectively half of a section line well and half on another spacing unit. As such, I think the request is that we have an indication from Phoenix how they would anticipate allocating the proceeds of that well to all of the lands involved. Probably lay that out in percentage to sections basis. Is that clear enough for the request?
I think so.
Okay.
So are you proposing that we keep the record open so that it's supplemented?
Yes.
And for how much time?
How much time they need to supply said.
And then once it's been supplemented, the record would be closed.
Yep, that'd be the intent.
I have additional supplemental requests from them as well.
Okay.
Okay. So looking at Exhibit E2, can you provide more footage information, specifically, how far off the section line the wells will be when they're drilled on the section line? More of the footages between the different wells, both in section 29 and then down in sections 10 and 11. Just add some more detail
Detailed
to that.
plat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I just clarify, and it goes to the allocation, but also to your question too. This is for both 32881 and 32704, or just 32881?
I was going to actually clarify. I do want it on both laterals.
Okay.
Both section lines.
Lease line.
It's.
I think another thing, if I could, there is a township shift here too, so that even adds more complication. Yeah.
And my request would be for the full development of all three of these spacing units combined into one exhibit, and then we can include that exhibit in all of the appropriate cases at that point. Thank you.
Any other questions or requests? Do you have any questions for staff before we close the hearing, or before we close the hearing, but keep the record open?
So, you requested to keep the record open for the supplement.
Yeah, we'd like to request until June 5th to keep the record open for all the requested supplements.
I think that's sufficient. I just want to make sure we don't have an issue. We close this record. We'll go to the subsequent we'll close this record after receipt of the supplemental. When we go to the next hearing, right, we're just incorporating the two existing records at that point. We don't need this one open any further.
I wouldn't think so, because 31999 has already been incorporated by reference into this. And along that vein, Mr. Examiner, I'm wondering if I can submit just a brief synopsis of the procedural aspect of what we're attempting to do.
In this record, or when you apply for 31999?
Probably when we apply for 31999.
In either case, I think synopsis.
Yeah, I just, number one, to make it part of the record, and then number two, just to make sure that the commission's attorney is reviewing it. And I'm sorry, I'm sort of trying to accommodate sort of on the fly here, but I think this is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, we just want to make sure everyone who has an interest, is their due process rights are protected, and make sure that they have an opportunity to see what's the record.
Right.
So,
okay.
Any additional questions or clarification? Keep the record. We'll close the hearing on this case, but keep the record open until June 5th.
Right.
Okay.
And just to recap, we're just looking at a revised Exhibit E with ultimately a lot more detail and explanation is essentially what's being requested. Okay.
Anything further?
I do have one follow-up question. There, E2 on 3704, would you also like that summary there, that red box just put in the right place too, and actually then provide yet another E2 with all the different information. Would that be? Would you like that detail as well?
I would. So, I just to make everything clear, supplement the correction to E2 in 32881.
32881.
The other supplement that's been requested is a full new exhibit. Yeah. Expand on everything that's been requested at that point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything else? Hearing nothing else, we will conclude the hearing for case numbers 32881 and 32704 in the docket. Seeing no further cases on the docket, today's hearings are over.